Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So, one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So, just awful, awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives. Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So, one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So, just awful, awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives. Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are. All right, guys. Hello, welcome. I know this is just a quick pop-up live, and I don't like doing these, but when it comes to this kind of stuff, y'all, it just grapples, it grabs a hold of my heart, and it just doesn't stop. So I jumped on and tried to figure out what was going on, and I have as much information as y'all do. It's a very sad, sad situation due to domestic violence, and more is going to be coming out. We're going to listen to Brian Enton another time. I'm going to play him again just so people will know what was going on. That's actually who I heard it from. And then I found a live feed coming out of Shreveport, Louisiana, that I'm going to put up on the screen. So let's finish listening. Let me rewind. Brian Enton, who's got the news on this, you guys, and I'll be quiet. And then after this, we will go ahead and put up the live, and then intermittently, I will jump back over here, and when more news comes in, I'll be playing it on the screen. So there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So, one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So, just awful, awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives. Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in
Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop that right there. We're gonna go back into the live. That is the only information that I have on any of this right now. Now I am in Indiana. I think Louisiana is 3 hours behind me, so they're like coming up on I'm sorry, um, 12 o'clock, right? Yeah, 12 o'clock, yes. So I'm not sure exactly when this happened. They're just saying this morning. I know Brian and I are on the same time. Uh, so what we're gonna do, I just jumped on here, started bringing it to you guys. I'm gonna be monitoring it and watching uh, what all is happening. Let's go ahead and let me bring up live footage that's happening right outside of one or both of the homes right now. Um, like I said, I know as much as you guys do. This is live footage outside, obviously, of one of the homes right there in Shreveport, Louisiana. We don't know how the kids were found. We do know that the shooter is dead. We don't know how it is the two houses are related to each other, or we just don't know yet. All we know is that the police killed the shooter. We don't know a motive. We just know the ages. And so it's very fluid right now, and it's very new still. So I'm going to be looking, I won't be in chat as much. So thank you guys for being here, only because I'm behind the scenes, like trying to pull up as much news on this as I can and get as much information about this as I can. There should be rallies through America to Stop DV instead of those protests. You're right. Yeah, Nancy, it's the first I heard too. We came right on here and started this. It's heartbreaking. I mean, it's bad enough when adults hurt themselves or an adult gets injured or worse in domestic violence, but to bring children into it, it's a whole different level of abuse and violence. It's a whole. If this is live, it is 2:54 p.m. Central Time. Thank you so much, Salamanders. I appreciate you guys being here. Do we know anything about the parents? No, I don't. I don't even know if that was actually the father that did this. This just happened. It just started getting reported. So I'm going to be behind the scenes trying to find any kind of more information on this. Plus, I need to get into Facebook, because y'all know Facebook knows everything. Let me do some background work on this and try to bring it up. Right now, we are looking at, what news station is this again? This is Live 8 coming out of Shreveport, Louisiana, which is where this happened, you guys. And it's at two different houses. Every now and then I'll pop over and I thought Louisiana was on the same time as California, but I could be wrong. Anyways, I'm probably wrong. No, I'm crazy when it comes to times and geography. Oh, it's terrible. Anyways, two different houses here. Two different houses. One perpetrator. The perpetrator is deceased, killed by the police from the first investigations that have come out. 8 children between the ages of 1 to 14. That's all we know. So let me do some more research on this, see what we can get. And then every now and then I'll pop back in, bring Brian Inton, who is the first person that I can see that's reported on this. We'll bring his reporting back up on it. It's the first I've heard of it. Thank you guys so much for being here. Double tap your screen. That's all I ask. And get the word out, you guys. This family, whoever they are, that's left to deal with. I mean, man, y'all, to lose 8 children, oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. I wish I could make this bigger, but hopefully on your phones you guys are able to zoom in, whereas I am on a laptop, not a laptop, a desktop, so I cannot. All right, let me get into this, see what else I can bring to you guys. We'll continue to monitor this, and we're going to stay on for a little while. See if maybe we can get some. I mean, I don't even think the police have even done um, any kind of presser on this yet. But let me look around. Let me see what's going on, and I'll be right back at you. For those coming in, let me go ahead one more time and play Brian Enton, and then you guys can monitor. April. If anybody needs to know right away, they could either rewind real quick to Brian Enton on here or go to his page too. Let's play this really quick. This is what popped up. And that's when I said, we got to go live. All right. So this is Brian Enton. As we know, he's the one, as far as I could tell, that just broke the news.
Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday. And the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So just awful, awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives. Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in
All right,
Shreveport,
that was Brian
there was
Enton.
the
Let me do
shooting.
some.
8 kids.
I'm trying to get this off my screen so I don't hear it. Let me stop that. Let's go back live on the scene right now, and I am going to do some. I need to get in here and see. I don't even think the police have done a presser yet. I've already said that. So let me do some behind the scenes sleuthing real quick, see what we can find out, get to Facebook, see what anybody knows about these people. And as soon as I know it, I'll bring it to you guys. Just going to leave this right here on the screen. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Do me a favor, just hit the thumbs up. And y'all, whoever this is, whoever these families are, they have to deal with 8 funerals now. 8 babies from the ages of 1 to 14 in 2 different homes that were murdered this morning by one person, and the perpetrator is deceased now. All right, I will be back, guys.
Let's try. Call Ron Williams. He's been out here. Good, good, good. Yeah, he's got a lot of. He's got good. Tomorrow, it's just about sale.
Hi, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Did you see it, Nancy? Hi, everybody. Let me jump back in chat. I have been researching all of this and on Facebook. So, hold on just a minute. Let me jump back through chat. Hi, Shauna. Good to see you, Love Bug. Thank you for coming in. Detour. Good to see you, Melissa. Good to see you. True Skills. So good to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Are these new cases? Are they related? So for those of you that are just here, I don't know who's still here. Let me see. All right. Let me put on. Let me put on, let me put the news that I have found so far. Let me put Brian Inton back up. He is, that I know of, the first person who reported on it. That's where I actually saw it from. What we're watching right now is live news coming out of Shreveport. It's the so that's what you're watching right now. It was at two different homes, you guys. So I'm not exactly sure if the homes are across town from each other or side by side. I don't know all that stuff. Disturbed, that is a whole new thing. I appreciate you giving us that information. But do me a favor, do not spam the chat with all of that stuff. We get it. We get what you're saying and what you believe, and you're welcome to that belief. But please just don't spam the chat with all of that stuff. Go and start you a live up and do it yourself over there. Because I mean, I don't want to block you. I just don't want to block you. I like people to have their own opinion, but especially you're writing in big capital letters, so you'll be the only one seen in chat. And yeah. So either go start you up your own live and put that out there, or just calm that shit down. So now comments are a problem. Not at all, but I'm going to need you to bring it down. And we get what you're saying. We get it. But when people put that much stuff in chat about the same thing over and over and over again, you're basically just shoving that theory down everybody's throats. We hear you. We see you. Okay. So no, comments are not a problem. Go ahead and take your caps off for me. I would appreciate that. And be a part of the chat, not over the chat. How about that? Does that make more sense? All right, let's listen to. Okay. So let's listen to Brian Inton. Let me find out where I'm at here. Remove this. Okay. What a bitch. Hold on. What a bitch. Must be a witch mad. Her BS is being exposed just to make videos of your altar instead. Okay. See, people like you've already got anger problems and you don't even know me. I can be a bitch. You don't want to see that. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Don't come here being disrespectful. You were already disrespectful when you started spamming the chat with your rhetoric, and I let it go on because everybody should have a voice. But listen, you can't offend me even if you tried. You came at me, bitch. You're gone. See you later. Go to somebody else's chat and talk shit. How about that? Let me go ahead and get rid of you. Go start your own live. See, people like you won't even start your own lives. You go into people's chat, you cause all these problems, you talk shit, and you've got your own channel. Go do it on your own channel. I asked you nicely to calm it down. Just calm it down. I told you could stay. And then you're right. You are disturbed. So bye-bye. Thank you whichever one of my mods got rid of that. All the wind's blowing here. All right, let me bring up Brian Inton just so we can give you the update of what's going on here. He's the first person that I saw that brought this up. So let me do this real quick. Stop that screen. Bring up old Brian, old pretty eyes. And so he's got the background just of what is going on. Here we go.
Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So, just awful, awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives.
All right, let me bring up a presser that I did find, you guys. Let's listen to this presser coming out of Shreveport, Louisiana. My source is NBC News, you guys. The police did give a presser. I can tell you exactly what time that was. Let me make sure that this is as big as I could get it on your screen. All right, so this is coming out Shreveport, Louisiana, NBC News, and this was at 12:13 p.m. Eastern. I think it's Eastern Standard Time, and then it was updated at 1:29. Let's listen to this right here, you guys. Let me make sure I've got it up. I'll make it as big as I can. Let's listen to this presser right here.
At least 10 individuals that were struck by gunfire last night in a domestic disturbance. 8 of these individuals are deceased. The ranges of the decedents are from 1 year of age to approximately 14 years of age. All of the deceased in this case are juveniles. The individual responsible, once leaving this scene, performed a carjacking right here in close proximity to the corner of West 79th and Linwood, at which point in time, Shreveport Police Patrol officers got behind that vehicle and a chase ensued. The vehicle was chased into Bossier Parish, and at which point in time, Shreveport police officers did discharge their firearm, and that individual is deceased. We do believe him to be the only individual that fired gunshots at these locations here. He is deceased, and Louisiana State Police will be taking over that portion in which the Shreveport police officers discharged their firearms. So we don't have any more information on the shooting that occurred in Bossier. What we can tell you is this is a domestic disturbance here in the 300 block of West 79th Street. This is a very large scene with multiple deceased children present, and so we're going to ask for your patience in us getting information out. We will release the name of the suspect that is deceased when we have made the proper notifications. We do know that some of the children inside were his descendants, and so once we are sure of everyone's names and ages and the proper channels have been notified, we'll be releasing all of that information.
Oof. Wow. Okay, so some of them, hello everybody, thank you guys for being here. Some of them were his own children, you guys. And it was, so it started off with him stealing a car, or did he shoot and then steal a car? I don't know. Let me see what else I can find out. Hold on. Let's bring up, let me see what this is. Okay, let me stop this right here. Hold on. Hold on. No, that's not what I meant to do. Give me just a second, you guys. Let me make sure you guys can see what I'm seeing. No. Yes. Give me just a second, guys. Okay, that's playing the same thing that we just saw. God, because I brought myself off the stage. Welcome, Tammy. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, so let me show you guys this. Um, so I guess this was started a lot earlier, but it's just all right, got that one turned off. Let me turn that down so I don't hear it. All right, I'll make this as big as I can, you guys. This is coming out of Channel 6 News out of Shreveport, and this says the alleged shooter involved in a deadly mass shooting in Cedar Grove that left 8 kids dead was shot dead in Bossier City Sunday, April the 19th at 2026. It was updated an hour ago, you guys. The victims range in age from 18 months to 4 years. Let's just read what this has to say. Pardon me. Shreveport police said the shooting started as a domestic dispute. Okay, so I guess there was a fight somewhere, right? And domestic means within a family. All right. And the suspect tried to get away after a carjacking. So I guess he was still in somebody's car. He was shot during a pursuit in Bossier Parish, Louisiana. The suspect is dead, according to the police department. Officials say they are gathering details about the crime scene, which extends across 4 locations. The 4 locations include 2 homes where the victims were found, the scene of the carjacking, and the scene where the suspect, was fatally shot. All right, so that's all that says right there. There is a picture right there, obviously, you guys, of the street. We do know that some of the children that are deceased were descendants of his own. I don't know if that means grandchildren, children. He's an uncle to these kids. We don't know. Let me see what else I can bring up. Yeah, crazy 2 houses, right? So good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. All right, let me see about this real quick. All right, this was 3 hours ago on Fox News. Let's bring this up. Y'all, like I said, it's still very, very, very fluid. Oh, to see the coroner's car out there. It's still a very fluid situation, you guys. Let me bring this up. Little by little, stuff is starting to come out. All right, let's do this. All right, you guys, this is Fox News 8 coming out of Shreveport. And it says 8 children have lost their lives after a shooting in Shreveport. The incident occurred early Sunday morning, April 19th, on the 300 block of West 79th Street. According to Christopher Bordelon with the Shreveport Police Department, the children killed were in range of 1 to 14. 2 adults were injured, including one who was shot at the home. These 2 victims remain in critical condition, with one child taken to the hospital with a broken leg. Look at that. That's so sad when you see that. Those 2 victims remain in critical condition. One was taken with a broken leg. Authorities believe the suspect was the only individual who fired shots as a result in the juvenile's death. This came out 3 hours ago, you guys. I mean, prayerfully, we do know that the police did engage in gunfire. Hopefully, none of their gunfire reached any victims. But it sounds like by the time the perpetrator took the car, the killer took the car, this had already all been done. That's what it sounds like. Police report that the suspect responsible for the incident stole a vehicle near West 79th Street after he shot the victims. He was pursued by patrol officers, into Bossier Parish, where they discharged their weapons and fatally shot the suspect on Brompton Lane. Louisiana State Police will take over the investigation involving the officers. So the officers that did engage these are beautiful homes, you guys. Look at this. I guess the police, the state police are going to be investigating the officers who actually shot the killer and you know, shot their weapons at all. It's just what's got to be done. Let's watch this really fast. Look how beautiful these homes are. That is just, it's gorgeous. Let me bring this up a little bit bigger. Okay, let's see what this says. Oh, got to get through that. Sorry about the ads, you guys. They're not my ads. I do not monetize anything like this. This is the station's ads, not mine. So let me get past that. And then, okay, here it is. 13 more seconds on that. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, here we go. Watch your ears. Why can't I do this? What the heck is wrong? What the heck is going on here, y'all? Oh, mercy me. I'm trying to get to where it is. I don't know why this is. All right, we're just gonna have to start there and let their ads run through. I just won't play it out loud so I don't get in trouble for it. Thank you guys so much. So there were adults injured too. Yes, 2 adults. All right, let me. Why can't we hear that? Can you guys can't hear anything, right? Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow. Y'all look at those houses. I mean, this is, I'm not trying to be ugly or anything like that, but damn. I mean, those are well-to-do people. All right, let me go back and continue reading what this says. This is terrible. Shreveport Mayor Tom, I'm gonna butcher his name, Arseneau, expressed his thoughts on the matter, saying, "We have a hurting community. We have hurting families. We have hurting police officers, coroner's personnel, fire department, sheriff people, and this affects entire community. We all mourn these families. I ask, it's Sunday morning. I ask all of you who are listening, who might be able to, pray at your services this morning, not just for this family, but for the victims who are at the hospital, and for the Cedar Grove community, for its community at large." And then the Attorney General put out, multiple law enforcement agencies are investigating this tragic situation. We do not yet know all the details, but I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. I'm praying for the victims and their family members in the wake of this devastating violence. You guys, domestic violence is nothing to play with, but it's a whole nother level when it includes children. Police Senate President Cameron Henry and the House Speaker Philip Dellier released a joint statement commenting, "Our hearts are broken by this tragedy that is devastating these family and loved ones in the community of Shreveport who have lost so much this morning. As more details emerge, we want to express our gratitude to the emergency personnel who responded so quickly, and to our local and state law enforcement officers who are moving this investigation forward. Our thoughts and prayers go out to each and every one in the North Louisiana community affected by the senseless loss of life. We stand ready to assist in any way that we can in the days ahead." Currently, the police have not determined a motive, but stated that this was a domestic disturbance. We will provide more updates as the information becomes available. All right, so there it is, you guys. Let's see what other pictures they posted on here. I mean, it's absolutely different areas, right? And I don't know which area is what area, but obviously, let me make sure you guys can see what I'm putting up. Thank you guys so much for being here. obviously this is two different areas uh, the, from the first house to like right here, right? Uh, so obviously the corner is right outside here. So somewhere in here, in this area, there were some of the children that were lost. I don't know what the big house in the beginning has anything to do with it. So here's a smaller house that is also taped off. So this is one of the scenes as well. We do know that they're conducting um, investigations at 4 different crime scenes, 2 of them of which children and 2 adults were shot at, 8 children being deceased. And one where the shooter took the car, and then another scene where the shooter was actually killed. So, but you see this right here. So somehow this area, which looks like an affluent area, is part of this, is one of the crime scenes. And then, I mean, this is this is where, you know what, you guys, remember they said that that when he took the car, right? When we took the car, the police followed him into an addition. I'll bet you this is the addition. And where the kids were killed was in the other place. Yes, okay, now it makes sense to me. So this area right here is where the shootings all happened, in this neighborhood here. And then when he hijacked that car, the police chased him into the more affluent area. That's what's happening. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because there's not a house that's roped off. It's like this whole street right here. So I'm guessing this is where he was shot, or where either he was shot here or he carjacked from this area. Okay, now it makes sense. Because obviously this is the dead end. So this is a cul-de-sac here. It doesn't go anywhere, it looks like. And then the corner is out here. So I'm wondering, we know that some of the victims are his descendants. Don't know if that means he fathered them, he grandfathered them, he's an uncle to them. Some of the decedents are family members of his. All right, so this is what I'm taking it. This is either where they got him and they shot him, or this is the area where the kids were killed. And I'm beginning to believe this is where the kids are killed, because this house is completely taped off. And we know that there's 2 houses that are involved in this killing. And this area, just the street is taped off. So I'm thinking that maybe this is where the car came from, the hijacking. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. We'll keep looking into it. I'm keep going with it, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Let me check back in chat really quick. I hope I'm making sense, you guys. I'm trying to really hard, but when I get excited or nervous, or, you know, my adrenaline starts flowing, like I talk even faster. Hi, Lisa. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. He shot, then hijacked a car, I believe. Yes, me too. That's what I think happened, April. The shooting last night in California, it was Sacramento County, it said, near Howe Park. Okay. I'm new here. Tammy, welcome. I'm so glad you found us. Thank you for coming in, Lubbock. 2 different homes. I'm back. What did I miss? Detour, I hope you were able to catch up. Lizzo's here. Thank you for being here, Liz. Just got back behind with my grands. It makes no sense. It doesn't. The house is beautiful, right? The ad was longer than the clip. Hi, Alice. You're right. It took me a minute to figure it out. Sorry about that, y'all. I'll do the best I can. Ricky, so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Do you know it was someone who lived in one of the homes? We're not sure yet, you guys. We're not sure. I'm pulling up everything that I can find. Maybe it was a feud between the neighbors. Oh, that's right, because a domestic could be a feud between the neighbors too. Good call. Thank you, Christopher. Oh, that is a really good call. between neighbors. Didn't even think about that. We do know that there are 2 adults that were in critical condition in the hospital. Wow, that even makes more sense. Why there's 2 houses involved now that it's him and one of his neighbors. Wow. So the 8 kids are in the same house. No, Nancy, but we just don't know how many kids were in each house. Wow. I really do appreciate. This is why I love having an interactive chat, because things that I don't even think of, you'll throw it out there for me, and then I'm like, oh, now that makes sense. So thank you. So that's why it's good to put our heads together. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I love the chat. Thank you. Just coming in, what happened, Willow? It's pinned at the top, baby. Or you could rewind just a little bit. I'll go ahead and play a Brian Enton again. A neighbor wouldn't be domestic. I thought it is, though, because I remember watching something and it was a neighbor, and it was 2 neighbors, and they said, we don't get involved with that because that's a domestic crime. Hi, Jay Brad. Jay Brad, our very own FBI agent, is here, you guys. 20-year retirement. Gunman later died after he chased with the officers who fired at the suspect. He stole a car and got caught in that neighborhood. Okay, according to USA Today. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Welcome, Jay Brad. You guys, seriously, a great contributor and good friend of this channel. She is 20-year FBI retired agent. So we have our own sources around here, you guys. We do. All right, let me jump back into Brian Enton. I'm gonna just play him again for those of you that you could hear exactly what I heard for the first time. And since then, I have been trying to pull things up to get us caught up. And then we will go straight back to the live while I do some more research on this. Let's see. Share that. All right. So we're right here with Brian Enton. This is the first time I heard of it, you guys. It was just about 2 hours ago I heard this, and I was like, well, let's go and talk about it. All right, here's Brian.
Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So just awful, awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives.
All right, big shout out to Brian Enton. You guys, I just found this as well. It was just now put out. Let's bring this up. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you so much. Share this on the screen. You guys, my source is Channel 7 Eyewitness News, ABC. This was just released just a few minutes ago. 2:37 p.m. So it's less than 10 minutes. This was, so let's watch this together. Let me make sure that you guys can see what I see. Okay, good. I'll make it bigger. Listen, watch your ears, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play it. Oh, why can't we hear it? Come on now. Maybe it's not. Why wouldn't it? I don't know why there's no sound. But this looks like a totally different house right here. Why isn't there no sound? What the hell? Let me come out of this. Maybe. Nope, I got the sound up. Let me stop it. Try to rewind it and see if we can get sound. Y'all, there's no sound to this, so I'm just going to read it, what it says. I don't know. Yeah, that's a different house than we saw roped off that they're all standing around, but maybe that's not the house at all. Let's see. This says Shreveport, Louisiana. A gunman in Louisiana killed 8 children in a domestic violence shootings at 2 different homes early Sunday morning, police in Shreveport said. It was the nation's deadliest mass shooting in more than 2 years. This is an extensive scene, unlike anything most of us have ever seen, Chris Bordelon said. Spokesperson for the Shreveport Police Department. Well, thank God they're already doing this one a lot better than ones we've seen recently, because they've got, oh, holy hell. So now they're gonna throw some volume into there. I like it when police departments and different agencies have their own spokesperson, you guys, because it leaves the police to be able to do what they have to do. And there's one person that you're looking for all the information with. I think that's brilliant. I love it when police departments do that. Let's see. This is the victims range in age from 1 to about 14 years old, he said, and some of the children were related to the suspect. A total of 10 people were shot. The gunman later died after a chase with officers who fired at the suspect, Bordelon said. The suspect stole a car while leaving the scene of the shootings and was followed by police. Police did not release the name of the suspect, but say he was an adult male. Officials said they were still gathering details at the crime scenes north of downtown Shreveport, the 2 homes and a 3rd location. So remember, there's 4 crime scenes because there are 2 homes. There is where the suspect hijacked the car from, and there is where he was actually killed. So there's 4. That's where the 4 crime scenes are coming from. Let's see. It was the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. since 8 people were killed in Chicago suburb in January 2024, according to the database maintained by the Associated Press and USA Today in partnership with Northeastern University. At a press conference outside the residence, where one of the shootings occurred, officials appeared stunned, requesting patience and prayers from the community as they sorted through multiple crime scenes. I just don't know what to say. My heart is just taken aback, Police Chief Wayne Smith said. I cannot begin to imagine how such an event could occur. This is a tragic situation, maybe one of the worst tragic situations we've ever had. Tom, y'all, some of these names are hard to pronounce because they're French. Arsenault, the mayor of the city, said it has about 180,000 residents in the city, y'all. It's a terrible morning. Louisiana State Police say their detectives have been asked by Shreveport Police to investigate. Very nice. In a statement, state police say no officers were harmed in the shooting that involved an officer after the police pursuit into Bossier City on Sunday morning. State police are asking anyone with pictures, video, or information to share it with the state police detectives. Louisiana Governor Jay Landry said in a statement that he and his wife were heartbroken. We're deeply grateful to law enforcement officers and first responders working tirelessly on this scene, he added. And so this just says the story has been corrected to attribute the statement about the shooting to police spokesperson Chris Bordelon, not Police Chief Wayne Smith. Okay, so I'm digging it, you guys, digging it so much that they have a spokesperson. That, I mean, I just feel like that's brilliant. We don't know. Gigi, welcome. Welcome, Sally Jane. Welcome, Lolly. Welcome, everybody, for being here. Zippo, thank you guys so much for being here. Listen, we don't know. we don't know any ethnicity yet. We only know it is a man. He is now deceased, was shot by the police. We know that there are 8 children. There were 10 people totally that were in total that were shot, 8 of which were children, all deceased from the age of 1 to 14 years old. 2 adults were taken to the hospital. They're in critical condition, sustaining gun wounds. The perpetrator was killed by police. He hijacked a car, and there was a pursuit, and then he was killed by the police. We also know that some of the children, not sure how many of those 8, but some of them are his descendants. Don't know yet if that means he's the dad, he's the grandfather, he's an uncle. We just don't know. I'm running through this like wild. I haven't even been able to get on Icked Mail has a thumbnail on them. Well, I'm just not going to put up their pictures right now, you guys. If you want to go and look at another creator's channel, that's absolutely fine. Go ahead and go do that. I'm not putting the children's pictures out. Not yet. Not yet. It's too early for me. If I can find the perpetrator, I haven't even been able to get on Facebook yet because I know Facebook's got it all. Y'all listen, Facebook will have it before any of the news will have it, straight up. Okay. That's the truth, but I'm sure his name is already out there from someone in the community. They know. So we will go look at that. If you guys want to go and try to find the pictures of the victims, you're welcome to do that. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you so much. Hi from the UK. Sorry to hear about this sad news. Declan, thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate you. Jesus loves you so much that he died for your sins. Bless you, Zippo. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, I mean, domestic violence I think we all know somebody or have been sadly a victim to domestic violence in some way, because domestic violence doesn't always mean the death of somebody. It means many different things in many different ways. But when it is turned to the children, to any child, even one is enough, right? That is when something's got to be done about this. We've got too many kids dying at the hands of adults. Too many kids dying at the hands of adults. I don't understand that, other than what I do understand is people who commit, whether they're male or female, people who commit domestic violence, assaults on people and abuse, they will try to use the one thing that hurts you the most. And 9 times out of 10, it's a child. And that's sad, but it's the truth. And I'm an honest person. So when it is carried over, the domestic abuse is carried over into the children. I mean, that's their like only last recourse, right? To take the one thing from you that meant the most to you in the world. I'll never understand that. I'll never understand, because that's not love. I've heard so many sickening people say, oh, I just loved her so much. That's my love. That's why they're dead. No, that's not love. That's a sickness. And I can go into a lot of it because, just because. So I'm just going to say, you guys, there are families that are hurting today, not just in this case, but this is the case I'm talking about right now. So I'm just addressing them. There are families that are hurting. They're going to have to bury 8 babies in the next coming days. And I cannot imagine burying 1, much less all. There are 2 victims in the hospital. Can we keep them in our prayers? Listen, we need some clarity on this. And that's the only thing I hate about perpetrators actually being killed. But on one hand, I'm like, kill the motherfuckers, because I don't want to pay for them, and I don't want to, you know what I mean? I don't want to feed them because I'm just like that. But on the other hand, I'd rather we kill them after we understand why we have 8 dead children here. 8. All in one swoop in 2 different houses, like all at one time in one thought process. He murdered 8 children in 2 different houses. At some point, moving between those 2 houses, you would think that Newt knocked off my mic. Sorry, guys. But going between houses, if that's really the case, which I think it is, it says that there's 2 houses involved here. You would think that he would have been able to say, like, ooh, you know, maybe I should stop. But to be able to take out 8 kids, yeah, I would have liked to hear his sickening story about it. So, anyways, just the 2 people that are in critical condition in the hospital, God bless them. I pray that they make it through, and I pray that their story is told loud and proud, and that we can make some kind of sense out of this tragic, tragic day. Hi, Steve. Good to see you, love bug. Shreveport is a fucking jungle. Abraham Lincoln was a great man, but he done fucked up. Well, I mean, I don't listen, Abraham, Steve, you can't come in here and be all mean to Abraham Lincoln. He's like my favorite president ever. I love him. Let's see. Hi, Joanne. I hope I said that right. You're right, but disagree about the statement that it's because of mental illness. It's overwhelming to people who suffer from any mental illness because they usually have control about it. Now, I appreciate your, am I saying that right, Joanne? I appreciate your comment. And listen, I appreciate anybody that will come in to any chat, not just mine, and have the backbone to be able to say, look, you know, you're not even thinking about this part of it. So I appreciate that. I will say this, and I should have said this, and I didn't. So I'm glad you're the one that said it. The only way I could see that he wouldn't have stopped unless he was just a completely evil, like nothing but Satan coming out of the man. And there are people, unfortunately, in this world that have done some very heinous things to people in the name of mental illness. I think mental illness sometimes is used way too fluidly. Let's just take, for example, Letitia Stout, who murdered Gannon, her 11-year-old stepson, murdered him, drove across the country with him in the back of her car in a suitcase, and then threw him over a bridge. And she claimed that she was criminal. She was insane. That's what I'm talking about when I say we give the benefit of the doubt too quick. Oh, you know what? There's not this many evil. It was probably just because they had a severe mental illness. That's why. That's not true. And I think that we, look, I take medication for depression and anxiety, okay? I could tell you stories that would blow your mind about me, but it's not about me. I just think I've had discussions with this, with even my college student, my college boy and his friends about mental illness, and ask them how they felt about it and if people use it as an excuse, because I want to know what the next generation is saying. And even they said, look, people are mentally ill. And he said, I think our generation is much more open to it and understanding of it than even your generation was, and to which I agreed. Because in our generation and the ones before, I'm 56 years old, we kept that quiet. We kept it silent for too long. But my kids' generation are the ones that opened that up and said, look, it's a real problem. We need to talk about it. So my point in saying all that is I don't like coming out right away and saying, oh, this guy was mentally ill. I don't know if he was or not. I don't know who he is. I don't know him from Adam. I know you more than I know him because I'm actually sitting here watching your words come across the screen. Never even said or heard anything from him. I think it's an excuse to use mental illness as the first thing that comes to our mind. The first thing that should come to our mind is this is an evil act, no matter how it came to be. It's an evil act. And domestic violence doesn't usually just start in murdering 8 children. It's a lead up to it. So that's my take on it. Now, may it come out that, yes, this man was disturbed like nobody's business. I mean, he has some serious issues, and I'm an advocate for mental illness. And I sympathize with that stuff, but I refuse to let anybody get off before we even know a name just by saying this guy had a mental illness. That's why he killed 8 people, eight children. Like, no, that's not how this kind of stuff starts out. And if that's the case, that the man did have serious issues, then the blame needs to be turned to his family. Like, what were you doing to get your husband or your dad or your uncle or your brother help? But as of right now, let's just leave the mental illness out of it. Let's leave the mental illness out of it. It's an evil act. There are 8 kids that are dead. There's 2 that's in the hospital, and we'll figure out the whys and hows after we mourn these kids and after we wish the 2 in the hospital well and get them well so that they could tell their story and why this happened. Now, I don't know if you're still in here. I like having discussions like that. And I'm glad you brought it up. I really am. That saves me. No, it's just one man, Billy. Welcome. All right, you guys. I hope that didn't offend you. I didn't mean to offend you. And if I sounded like mean or hateful saying all that, I wasn't trying to. I'm just very, very passionate. But Joanne, I'm telling you right now, if this is mental illness love, I'm right there with you. And somebody else needs to be held accountable for this. Because there are really people who are really, really ill out there and their families. Oh, you guys, I heard a story the other day on it wasn't the news. I was listening to a podcast, and this lady called in begging for help for her grown son that has been in and out of the hospital. Oh, my heart just broke. I wanted to reach out to her and bring her home with me and cook her some chicken soup and give her a coffee. She was crying on the phone and saying that her son has been in and out of prison his whole adult life due to mental illness. They have had him in every hospital. They've exhausted everything that they know to do or resources that they had. They have drained their money. Now, these are women. This was a woman that was about my age. And she was calling in for help, you guys. She was calling in for help because she just didn't know what to do anymore. I mean, they kept putting him in. She was just like, can't you guys just keep him in prison? Can't we put him in a state mental hospital? No, it would take him killing somebody in order to put him in a mental hospital for the rest of his life. That his family didn't have to pay for because they couldn't pay for it. And she was calling in and she said, please, I need help. He's going to end up killing somebody. And there's nothing I can do about it. I've done everything. Y'all, my heart. And I thought, oh my God, we need to talk about that because that happens probably more than what any of us understand. I could tell you right now, I've never even thought about that. What do you do with a family member when you've exhausted every resource you have, and you know the only way that you're going to get help is if that person happens to commit a heinous crime and he gets locked up in a mental institute, which is what you're hoping will happen anyways, minus the murder. Y'all, that's something to talk about. We need to talk about that. All right, so let me pull up something else here, guys. I'm going to play Brian Enton again while I pull up more stuff for you guys. I'm sorry, I'm doing this slowly because it's all new. It's all new, and I'm trying to give everybody just the information that I know to be true, and then I trust Brian Enton's investigating, and so we're going to play him again just so everybody's on the same page of just the background of what's happened here. And then let me pull something else up. Hopefully something new has just come out and I can bring it to you guys right now. Thank you guys so much for being with me. I appreciate you. Listen, you guys are the best of the best. I'm going to tell you that right now. All right, let's listen to this. And then, like I said, if I can't find anything, we're going to go back live in Shreveport with their news channel.
Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So just awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives. Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where
I'm here talking away and didn't realize that I was muted. Listen, I found more stuff and I can see who it is. I can see the kids. Listen, I'm not putting it up on my channel yet. I will put the perpetrator up on my channel as soon as it has been verified by police. I don't want to share these children's pictures right now. I can tell you where to go. I just typed in to my Facebook because, like I said, you guys know, Facebook knows everything, okay? There are pictures up of the suspect, his wife, and their children. But I will read this to you. Wife Shaniqua Elkins is currently at the hospital after Shamar Elkins. Remember that name, Shamar Elkins, I guess is the reported killer, you guys. Killed his 8 kids on 79th Street in Shreveport. And then it shows, sadly, a picture of him and his wife and him and these children. And you guys can find it just like I can. I just cannot. I cannot. And until it is completely verified, his name, I don't want to put his picture up here. But second of all, hold on, let me see what this one is and see if I can play it. I just think it's disrespectful to the family this early. You know what I mean? And especially for the children right now. So Instagram too. Thank you, JB. I appreciate that so much. While we're waiting on this, I'll just go ahead and put up what's happening live right now outside of one of the houses. This is News Channel 8 coming out of Shreveport right now, outside of one of the houses. Let me get all the way to where we're. Oh, hold on. Here's another news conference. Let's go ahead and listen into that. Oh, there's a couple people here. All right, let's go ahead. Let me back it up just a little bit. Let's watch this together. There's a couple people that are coming out to talk. All right, watch your ears, guys, because I don't know what the volume's going to be like when they get over here to say something. Let me make sure this is as big as I can get it. Hello, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Like I said, this is coming out of news channel. What did I say it was? I'm sorry. WWMT TV, News Channel 3. Pardon me. All right. So, does it look better when I leave it like that, you guys? Hi, John Wayne. Good to see you. Steve, don't you say nothing about Abraham Lincoln. I'm going to whip you. I think society needs to issue the problem telling we know it's difficult to prosper or have life unless stressing, but violence will never be acceptable. Joanne, I'm in agreement with you, love bug. Totally in agreement. Howdy, partner. All right, you guys, we're going to go right to this. They are going to be bringing up some people to have that are going to come to the mics and talk to us. So that's what we're waiting on. Let me see if I can fast forward this just a little bit. As soon as I can find where I'm at. This one. Okay. Let's fast forward a little bit and get straight to it. So this is right outside the house. Obviously, they're setting up for a presser. Don't know if the houses are right next door to each other. Mobile command center, that's nice. I like seeing that.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6. We are here on Linwood Avenue. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6.
Linwood Avenue. Oh, sad. If anybody knows, if you could put it in chat, if anybody knows, are the houses across the street from each other? They said there's 2 houses involved, 2 crime scenes with houses. Did all the kids live in one house? Is kids living in 2 different houses? Are the 2 houses next door to each other across the street? If anybody knows that, please drop that in chat for me, and I will pull it up. Donna, so good to see you, love bug. Thank you. Lena, you know I love that guy, Mr. Lincoln. Steve, you better. He's my boo thing. We can't all stir shit either. Billy says family annihilation in Louisiana. Donna, yes. Thank you. Y'all, this is sad. It's a very, very sad thing. I think, hold on. Trying to find. All right, let me fast forward it to where the people come up on mics. Obviously, they've got a staging center for the news right here across the street, which is very, very nice. Maybe they have, surely they've had it already. I want to see what that is right there. Disaster relief. Wow, Red Cross is coming in. Maybe they're putting it, I think they're blocking some stuff off, sites off as well, you guys. Especially with the command center. That's why I'm wondering if there's also across the street. Okay.
Okay.
Extend.
All right, I'm going to be quiet from here out for just a little while so we can listen to this together. Welcome, everybody.
Ask Tammy if she would come on. Anybody else? We ready? Sir. All right, thank you. We'd just like to say good afternoon to everybody. And we're here with this tragedy. We ask that our entire city, our nation, our community would pray. This is something that will take your breath away, that will take the wind out of your sail. And so I communicated with the Spirit of the Lord before I got here as to what is it that I can say when you really don't know what to say, when words, whatever you say, may not make sense. So in going to God, I brought this that says, God, grant us the serenity to accept the things that we cannot change the things that we can, and the wisdom that we can make a difference. And then I wanted to get a scripture that possibly may not make sense, but if you trust God, it will. He says in Romans 8:28, and we know that all things work together for the good to those who love God, those who are called according to his purpose. All I can tell you today is my heart is saddened. It has brought me to my knees, and of course that's a great place to be, because then we can communicate with God. Some kind of way, some way and somehow, this is going to work out for the good. If no more than bringing the community together to be able to go around and touch the bloody and the dusty. People that feel like there's no hope, people that feel like that the only hope that I can have is to take my life and take 8 or 9 others. So I ask that you would be prayerful, that God would bring us together. This could be the one thing that would bring this city, our neighborhoods, our country together, that we will have one voice with one people to know that you can make a difference. It's just saying a kind word to one another. Satan comes to steal, kill, and destroy. But the Lord has said, I come to bring life, and I come to bring the abundant life. And I just like to say to everybody today, keep the faith and keep hope. Because if we come together, right now in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, we will make a difference. So I just like to say at this particular time, Lord, we ask that you would come in our midst. Search our hearts, souls, and minds to be accepted in our sight. Lord, we ask that you would lift those up that's connected. We ask that you would lift those up that's not connected. And let us all know that we come from one blood, and it is in the name of Jesus. Lord, touch the hearts of the families all over this city. Lord, we just ask that you touch them and let them know that you can and you will take care. Be not dismayed, whatever betide. If you put your trust in the Lord, he will take care. The only words I have for you today is the words coming from the word of God, where he says, trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not unto our own understanding. In all our ways, Acknowledge him, and he shall direct our path. And today, we are leaning on Jesus. We are trusting that some good, some way, somehow will come out of this situation. Sometimes in life, we wonder, why does bad things happen to good people? We don't know, but we'll understand it better by and by. My last words would be, Asaph says in Psalm 73, he says, truly God is good. God is good to Israel. He's good to anybody as of a clean heart. But Asaph was going through something like this in his life. He says, but as for me, when I saw the prosperity of the wicked, when I saw how wicked people were thriving and they were doing this, that, and the other, he said, my feet almost slipped. But he didn't stop there. If you keep on reading down about the 17th verse, he says, until I went into the sanctuary of the Lord, then I saw their end, that they are in slippery places. So that brings me to this. The only hope that we have is in the Lord. Sometimes we look for this and we look for that, but our hope is in the Lord. And I'd just like for us to leave here knowing that God will take care. At this particular time, we have Councilwoman Taylor here, Councilman Butcher. We're going to ask that our chairwoman would have a word. We're going to have prayer. And thank you all so much. And keep this family lifted up. Councilwoman Taylor.
We're standing in this place again. There are 8 children that are deceased. I can't be strong for you. I think about the mother and what this family has lost. I think about this community and what this community has lost. And I don't have the words to give you, and I'm sorry. I don't know what people think in the crevices of their mind to want to harm another human being, let alone that of children who have their whole life ahead of them. From what I've learned about this incident is that it's domestic in nature that makes it even more horrific for all the fighting that we do as it relates to this. And maybe you can stand strong with this, but I can't without shedding tears of traumatic pain. I pain and I grieve for this family. I grieve for the lives that are lost, and I'm asking you to please utilize every resource that the sheriff has brought forth now when you know that these situations occur. We cannot be and make this a joke. This is not a freaking joke. This is real, and this is the result when someone snaps. So I'm going to ask the community, along with prayer, with every mental health consultant, counselor that is out here, this family and this community needs you. I need you. Because how do we get through this? How do we get to the next level? It is real and this is raw. And these are the tragedies when there are domestic violence or domestic disturbances in our community.
And also, as the chairman of our public safety committee is coming, Councilman Grayson Butcher, there was another situation that happened like this. I don't know whether it was morning or whether it was evening, but it happened at a brother by the name of Job. All his children were gathered, and a storm came, trouble came, and it killed all of them. And Job got to a point in his life that he says, though he slay me, yet will I trust him. And so though we have this situation today, I just want you to leave here saying, trust God. At this time, Councilman Butcher will come.
Thank you, Reverend Green. You know, I've struggled all morning since I woke up with how to address this, and I really don't have any prepared words. I will echo what Chairwoman Taylor said about domestic violence. Over 30% of our crimes and 30% of our murders in the city of Shreveport are domestic in relation. Now that number has gone up. We've more than doubled our homicides in the city of Shreveport because of one act of domestic violence. We as a community, Black, white, Republican, Democrat, need to stand together and fight for what is right. This is nothing but pure evil. We can have 100 new police cars. We can have a brand new, beautiful, multi-million-dollar police substation right up the road. But until we stop this violence, the cycle of violence, like I've said over and over again, we're going to still be standing here, and it's only going to get worse. Our children today are bombarded with horrible scenes like this, but better, I mean, more than that, they're also bombarded with video games that are violent, movies that are violent. You name it, they're seeing it. And this is what the result of that is. Believe me, it's evilness in our community. So what I ask for all the citizens to do is pray for this family, pray for our city, pray for our country. Our country is riddled with evil right now. And we need to pray and pray very, very hard. The other thing, as a more than 20-year veteran, public servant, firefighter, please pray for these firefighters, police officers, and even the coroner's office, the public safety communicators that took the call on this. I'm going to tell you, I'm here to tell you that the burden on them is real. They will carry this for the rest of their life. Just put yourself in their situation. A young police officer, a young firefighter has to walk in and see 8 babies murdered. How does he go home and hold his own children? Think about that. We've got to stop the violence. We've got to take the politics out of crime, and we've got to all stand together like we are today. So, Councilman Green, thank you. I'm praying for your district, and I'm praying for the city of Shreveport. Thank you.
At this time, we're going to have Pastor Tony Hunter to come with the word of prayer.
Let us pray. Our Father, the Father of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. The Lord, we come with heavy hearts, with tears in our eyes, to lift up this family, the victim, the perpetrators. God, we know that you have all authority of heaven and earth is in your hand. Your word says there is nothing too hard for you. We lift up these children, their soul, their classmates, Atkins, Linwood, Captain Shreve, Woodlawn, God. We lift up their siblings, God, in the name of Jesus, God. God, your word says to cast all of our cares upon you. God, we know we can't see you, we can't trace you, but God, we can trust you. We can trust you with our lives. We can trust you with our safety, God. Move, deliver, and set free. Take out this evil out of our nation, out of our parish, out of our city, out of our lives, God. We know mental illness is real, God. God, we pray for counseling. We pray for the leadership of the Holy Spirit, God. Move all over this nation. Bless them and keep them. And we'll give your name the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
At this time, we're going to ask our Senator Sam Jenkins. He's here with us. We're going to ask him to come and have words of expression.
Thank you, Councilman Green. First, let me express condolences to the families that are involved with this. I want to lift up this community, this neighborhood. This is a tragic event that is taking place in the City Grove community. It's affecting not only this immediate community, but our city and our state as a whole. I just received a call from Governor Landry expressing his concern and expressing his condolences. This has went statewide very, very rapidly, and people are very, very saddened by what they're hearing occurring here. I would simply say, let's make sure that our concern does not end here today. This neighborhood, this community, the schools, this family is going to need our support for days to come. There's a lot that will need to be done. And so I stand with you, Councilman Green, here in your district, and with all of the other elected officials that are here, the community leaders that are here. I've been here since early this morning, and it's just been a lot of concern from the community. I want to express appreciation to our law enforcement community, resources that they brought here today. But let's just make certain that we don't leave here today and think all has been done. I will finally say this, and I'm on record saying it, and you've heard some mention of it from the other officials here today. Domestic violence is real. We need to make certain that resources are going to be put in place, hopefully to prevent another incident like we witnessed here today. If we have someone with a history of domestic violence, let's make sure that those resources, that intervention is there on a continuous and consistent basis, hopefully to avoid what we've seen here today. I just want to say to this community, I hope you see the concern and the care and the genuine concern and care that have been expressed here by the leadership of this city. And we're going to be here for you and do what we can to assist in the days that lie ahead. I give it back to Councilman Green at this time.
Also, at this time next, we're going to have our state representative, Tammy Felts, to come. Also would like to announce that on Wednesday at 6 o'clock, we will have a prayer vigil here. And all the people that's concerned, we ask that you would make your way here. We're going to pray, and we're going to trust God that he's going to work it out.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you all for being here today as well. And Cedar Grove is home for me, just a few blocks away. Thank you all to the mental health providers that came today, the other community leaders. And I just want to piggyback a little bit off of the services that Councilman Green and Senator Jenkins has mentioned. If we could, Councilman Green, whatever support we could give of correlating and collaborating with all of the mental health services that we have in our community, in our city, just on standby, and whatever we can do for the community moving forward to let them know that we're still here, as you stated, but from all of our offices.
All right, y'all, I'm going to stop it right there. These are community leaders that are coming together to talk. I am closely looking at and making sure that I get this as close to right as I can. I know a lot of people are out there speculating, and that's on them. There's been many times I've speculated too, and even in this, but I'm trying only to bring factual stuff that I know for sure is the case. I just had it on all right, hold on just a second. Hi, good to see everybody. Thank you guys for being here. I wanted to read to you what I have seen about this case so far. Now, this could just be speculation, but I tend to believe it to be true, sadly. Hold on, let me bring it back up. I'm trying to get it. This is terrible, you guys. All right, there are no pages done yet. That's what I wanted to check. Because I usually join like a group. Let me continue playing this until I find out what the hell I just lost.
As we move forward, as we mentioned, the kids that are here, the families, there's a father still here in the community. I can't even imagine what the police officers, first responders actually dealt with when they got here today. To hear children escaping out of the back door, and as we often forget, what they go through mentally as well. Please let's not forget them as we in our prayers and we talk about what they carry home, as Councilman Butcher mentioned.
All right, let me jump back in here, you guys. This is out of Fox News Live. They put this out today. They've got some hashtags in it, but this is what they said about this case. Today, this man really, okay, so it says, today this man really went to 3 different homes in a 15-minute span, shot 10 people and killed 8 kids. The oldest son jumped off the roof and he chased him down and shot him in the head. Then carjacked someone, leading the police on a high-speed pursuit, and they ended up unaliving him in Shreveport. So that is just somebody who broke down what Fox News said in theirs, praying the other 2 survive. So Fox News did a presentation on it. Somebody did just a breakdown of it. Let's go to so this one is Fox News said it was 3 different houses, but we've heard in the beginning when we first started covering this that it was just 2 different houses, with the 4th location being where he actually hijacked the car at. And this says that there was actually someone in the car, or somebody was in the car when the car was hijacked. That's what I'm getting so far. Yes, there is a picture all over the place now of the perpetrator and the victims and the perpetrator's wife, who apparently was one of the ones that he shot as well. And she is in critical condition in the hospital right now. I don't know who the other adult person is that, because there were 2 adults that were taken to the hospital with gunshot wounds, and they were both in critical condition. Now we know one of them was his wife. I don't know who the other one is yet. Yes, I know her name. I'm not going to put it out. I'm only putting the father's name out right now, or the perpetrator's name out right now, because we do know that he's deceased, and that has already been put out by the police. Okay, wait, did I just find a video? Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Somebody 5 minutes ago released a video, but video cam. Let's finish playing this. This is community leaders. It doesn't have
my
that
fire
much
department
left.
and police department.
And
I
let me
thank
find the
them
video.
so very much from the bottom of our heart. They do an outstanding job every day. But today, as they pursued the suspect, I thank the chief and his the officers for how they responded so quickly to this community and in our city, as they do always. But again, all of the services that we can continue to offer, I know I by myself and all of us here, whatever we can do to keep those services alive, and the education of what those signs look like as our new generation and adults see these signs, and how we can help them and their parents and families just identify them, where we can help try to alleviate this type of situation again. Thank you so much, Councilman Green, for being here.
Next, we're going to have Commissioner Carthon to come, and after which, for Representative Cleo Fields' office, we're going to have Quentin to come.
Thank you, Pastor Green. As I stand here today, I had no idea that I would be standing here. My condolences goes, first of all, to the entire family of Cedar Grove, of which I grew up in, just right down the street on 79th. As I stood here and talked with many members here, I found out who the relatives were of who I grew up with, I've known for years. But the most important thing is, previously stated, we have to do something different. We cannot continue to do the same thing and expect different results. The domestic violence unit is now in place. I don't know if this could have stopped it or not, but that's neither here nor there. The point being is that we must put something in place. And I'm glad that we're standing here united. And we have to do more than just talk about it. We got to be about it. And I'm going to ask anybody under the sound of my voice, any information, anything that you might be able to share so we can prevent something like this from occurring again, please give me a call. Please call the Caddo Commission office. Please call the city, the state, the representatives, the senators, whomever you might know. Get in contact with us so we could put something together to possibly prevent this from happening again. I thank everyone that's listening. I've received calls all the way from San Francisco already today. So we all know that this is spreading very rapidly, but the most important thing we have to remember, how do we possibly prevent this from happening again? Again, in closing, I would like to say to the family, you have my condolences, you have my prayers, and I will be available to assist you in any kind of way.
Good afternoon. My name is Quentin Ault. I represent Congressman Cleo Fields as congressional liaison. Congressman Cleo Fields, he sends his deepest condolences to the family. Also wants to thank the SPD and the fire department for their rapid response. I think the biggest thing about this is how is Shreveport going to respond to this situation? Not from an elected official standpoint, from a community standpoint, from a school standpoint, from a home standpoint. We have to take our city back at all standpoints. And so the congressman, he wants to see our city move forward. Our elected officials want to see our city move forward. We need our community to want our city to move forward. So thank you to everyone that's been a part of this and trying to make this situation better at hand, from our mental health response, from our community advocates. So thank you again. And Congressman Cleo Fields sends his deepest condolences to the family.
And so we close out on tomorrow at 11 o'clock. We will have a press conference at Government Plaza. And we ask again that on Wednesday at 6 o'clock that you would come. It doesn't matter who you are. If you care about people, if you have the love of God in your heart, let's join hands. And always remember John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. I'd just like to say, we got to love one another. We got to put love in our heart. You love me and I love you. May God bless you. And we'd like to thank our partners in news. I'd like to thank everybody for being here. I'd like to thank our liaison person from the City Council office, Dr. Ralph Johnson, who has been here since early. And thank all of you. And may God bless you. May God bless Shreveport. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
All right, you guys. So that is that. So it was just city officials, pastors, such leaders like that came out and did a little presser right there. We don't have anything yet from the police. Let me pull. I think this. Okay, hold on. I want to see this because I want to see. All right, let's take a look at this part right here. This, of course, is, so they've got the Red Cross and our very own JB, who is a retired FBI agent of 20 years, is in chat. She says that the Red Cross always comes. I did not know that. They are fixing to move this truck. I want to see what's behind this truck because you see the police line. It's pretty far out here. So I want to see if there's a house across the street, because it's been reported on 2 different places. Mostly everybody's saying it's just spanned over, the 2 crime scenes span over 2 houses. And then some people are saying it's 3 houses. Now, the other house that they could be talking about is where the car was actually hijacked from. There's a beautiful area that is cordoned off by the police as well. That looks like, to me, it would be the area that the car was hijacked from, which cannot be that far from this. And then the 2 houses here are where the violence of shootings actually took place. Now, I will tell you this, I did read something, but I can't verify it, but I will tell you what I did read. This is just me pushing on speculation, so take it with a grain of salt. I did read that this started in Shreveport at 6 o'clock this morning. And the shooter actually was walking up and down the street shooting. And then I clicked out of it for some reason to try to verify that channel, and I cannot find it. So this has obviously been going on for a while. Everybody just in the last 2-3 hours of around the country, the world is starting to catch on to what's going on. They say that this this mass shooting, which is exactly what it is the worst that the U.S. has seen in 2 years. The last one that we had was 2024. I read a little while ago what they were basing that off of. I just can't remember right now because I've been researching y'all and it's all in my head. Let me fast forward this just a little bit. Oh, why fast forward too far? Just curious about what's behind this truck. Okay, so it's not houses. So it's just a church, like a church parking lot or something. Okay. So obviously, if you guys can see my cursor, let me make sure I'm on the right. Yeah. If you can see my cursor, obviously they blocked, cordoned off all of this. So I'm not sure which one of these, if not, because I don't see any yellow tape around any of these houses, but it's 2 houses here on this block. We see some of the police driving away. Let me jump back in chat real quick. I'm going to take this one down because I have pulled up another. Hold on. Let me see where this one's at. Okay, so some of these live, like ABC 7 News, that's what I have up right now. Some people have, how do you say, stop their coverage for right now until more comes out. Let me see what this is. Okay, so wait a second. So this looks like a little bit closer. Oh, that's what we're watching. Okay. All right. You guys, I'm looking into this. I'm researching at the same time you guys are. So it sounds like I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but I've got a lot in my head. And I'm trying to figure out, and I'm going to different sites to try to pull up the as much news as I can as well. Hi, Rachel. So wait, was it the dad of those kids? Yes. Sent you a map of the address. Thank you so much. Hi, Alyssa. Good to see you. Good to see you, Jean. Thank you, Liz. Let me look at that. And then I could pull that up. Waiting on my phone to catch up to what I'm doing. All right. Nope. Not that. Okay. I see. All right. Let me see. Oh, thank you for this. Okay. Thanks, Liz. All right. I can't. Unfortunately, it doesn't give me it gives me this. Oh. Do you have the, maybe you sent it to me already and I'm just not watching. Do you have the numbers, Liz? 79th and Linwood. Let me look that up. Google Maps. No. All right, give me just a second.
You know the drill. Know the drill by now. And then,
Yeah, you got it.
right there.
Okay. You want me on the other side because everybody else has been the other way?
No, I don't want that done. We got a new thing now.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Do you want to go with the domestic violence part of this?
Yes.
Let's talk about how this is a
79
terrible
West
contribution
Avenue.
to the problem.
So it's a terrible event, but I'm hoping it will be a wake up.
Now you guys know, we all know how the news works.
We make sure we got a sustainable way with dealing with the mixed with violence. The bottom line is this: until we come up with a means
Okay, let me
attracting
see.
people, we have committed and active domestic violence, and making sure resources there for behavioral health, mental health. If there are social pressures that are involved, we need to be able to intervene and address it before it becomes something like we're talking about here today. I just really hope that part of the package that we began to put together when we started talking about
All right,
justice,
so we're traveling to
especially
Shreveport.
criminal justice, that we
Now
began to look
let's-
at domestic violence as part of that package and realize this is not something that's going to resolve itself. It's going to take some resources.
West 79th Street.
Okay, good. I want one more question. Senator, what was your reaction when you heard this?
No, I was devastated. I was
Okay.
absolutely-
All right, let me stop this real quick. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you more than you know. We're going to bring up some Google Maps right now. Good to see everybody. You guys, I'm not in chat as much as I like to be in chat because I'm finding this stuff out at the same time you're finding it out. I'm behind the scenes, I'm researching. I got people helping me, sending me stuff, and then I can bring it to you on here. We do know that it is the father of these children, you guys, that it was the perpetrator, the killer. He can never be convicted, right? Because he is now dead. The children range in age from 1 to 14 years old. This crime scene spans at least, that we know right now, 4 different crime scenes, 2 being 2 houses. We don't know if they're right next door to each other or if they're within the vicinity of each other, is where they say that the deceased victims were at. And then another house is where we believe that, well, he ended up hijacking a car. So that's the 3rd scene. And then the police went on a chase with him and ended up in this beautiful neighborhood, looks like an affluent neighborhood, which would be the 4th scene where he is deceased now by the police. Also, you guys, the state police has taken over this case. The officers that had fired any kind of shots are now being investigated, of course, as they should be, by the state police. We don't know how many officers engaged in gunshots. We don't know how many rounds were fired. I don't know if they shot and killed the perpetrator of this crime because they were in some sort of danger or he drew a weapon. Obviously, he had a weapon. He shot. I mean, what kind of a weapon? Somebody, I don't know a whole lot about guns, but what kind of a weapon holds 8? Well, there were 10 people shot altogether, two adults, one we believe to be his wife, and 8 children. All 8 children are dead. The 2 adults are in critical condition at the hospital. One is believed to be his wife. So what gun would he have used that would have held at least 10 rounds? Would he have had to stop and reload at some point? I don't know. Thank you so much for being here. Y'all know my favorite thing to do is just to interact with chat and bring y'all's and talk about everything y'all want to talk about. But when it's like this and it's everything's still fluid and there's so many things to ask. I only got one screen, y'all. That's it. Just this one desktop computer. And so I've got lots of different tabs open on the top, and that's what's happening here. So I can't always be in the chat, but I love you guys for being in the chat, and I love you guys for chatting. All right, let me bring up this part. Let's stop this. I want to bring up Google Earth. Shout out to Lizzo, who's won. I mean, Homegirl's a real sleuth, you guys. I appreciate her help in the cases that we do. Shout out to my co-host Maggie, who I know is probably watching us. She is on bereavement, you guys, and that's about all I have to say about that. It's everybody who knows. But Mags is struggling and she needs some prayers. But I know Maggie is very supportive and watching us. And one day she will be back. I know that. All right. So this is the street okay, this is where it is, you guys, right here. So remember I said, oh, it's a church right there. Okay. So over here is where they have things blocked off, right? They have can you all see my cursor? Please just put a yes, a Y, a thumbs up, anything in the chat to let me know that you guys can see this cursor. Let me look over and see if anybody said anything yet. Anyone? Can you see this cursor? Thank you guys. All right, I'm going back. I'm out of chat again. All right, so now I can see exactly where they were at. Right here is where it was roped off, you guys, somewhere right in here. This is where the staged, I think, media staged is right here. That's where we saw the community leaders coming in and giving that interview. Remember I said there's a church there. So I don't know how old this actual picture is, but because it looked like all this was parking lot. Not sure though, but I do remember saying, oh, that must be a church. So we know that it's across the street. I would think that it's down in here somewhere at least, or maybe even further down in here. But so this is, hold on. This is the church. And it's pinned right here. So did somebody pin it to show? Let's see. Hold on. Maybe somebody pinned. Oh, they're just pinning the street. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to go back and look at pictures. So anyways, this is the street that the two houses are on. You guys, let me back out just a little bit. This is, and I would think that it's anywhere. I wouldn't think it crossed over the street. I think it's between these two. I think it's these two blocks right here, this one and this one, because the news was saying that they were on. Let's see what this street's called. It's not bringing it up for me. Linwood. So this right here is Linwood Street. That's where she said that she was reporting from. Linwood Street, right? Wait a minute. So they said the 500 block. Hold on. I remember them saying, did they say the 500 block or the 300 block? Because if it's the 300 block, this is it. The house is 363, 359, 355. That's how we do. And then this one, this block right here would be the 200. So it's not down there. Hold on. Did they say the 300 block? Hold on. I can't see chat, so I can't. Hold on. Let me find out really quick. $300 block. All right. So now we know it is exactly right in here. If you could see my cursor, this is the whole block. So everything, this house. All right. So wait a second. If this is West 79th Street, that's what she said, right? West 79th Street and Linwood. So with this is a street too, but that's a street too. So is it one of these right here? One of these three? This is the 300 block. There's no houses. There's a house here across the street. And then this 360, I don't think is a house. I think it's actually whatever this parking lot is used for. I think that's their building maybe, but it looks too pretty not to be. And then here's a church. I can't tell if these two are houses and this is a house. And then we've got, that's not a part of this. That's a different address. So, but it's still in the 300 block. So it's one of these two buildings. So this house, this one, or these, right? That's what it looks like to me. Thank you, Lizzo, for this, because this would be the 400 block. And then this starts the 500 block and then the 600. So yeah, we are in the right area. Plus, I remember seeing this church right here. So this was the staging area. And right here is where that police, the big crime scene place was at. So it wouldn't have been here. It has to be here, right? Or here. All right, let's see what else I can find. I'm going to leave that on there just for a minute. What about the mom? I can't enlarge it. I've tried. I can enlarge it like that, but as far as enlarging your guys's hold on. Does that help? Then I can't see chat at all. But that doesn't help, right? That just makes it bigger on my screen, not your guys's. All right, so we know that the mom is it's because of the way that I am I'm doing a vertical live. That's why it looks like that. We know that the mom is in the hospital in critical condition the last we checked. Let me pull this up, see if there's a live scanner live right now. No. Give me just a second, guys. All right. Y'all hear little pitter patter of feet, y'all. My babies. My four-legged. Got 12 of those feet here. All right, hold on, Nunu. Wait a minute, buddy. Let's do this, see if all right, this went off 7 minutes ago, so that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Do you guys? I'm seeing what they have on their live feed right now. It's not, no, they went into the regular news. Okay, so let's not do that. Give me just a second, guys. I'm trying to find some live feed on this. All right, no, that's not going to work. All right, let's watch this together. Nothing we don't know yet, probably, but we'll watch it. Let me pull this up. Stop sharing screen. Thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, like I said, I'm researching the same time you guys are on here, so I'm finding out everything the minute you guys find out. Oh, wait a second now. All right, I will make that bigger in just a second. This was after the community leaders came out and talked. This is from the AP, you guys. 8 children between the ages of 1 and 14 are dead after a mass shooting in Louisiana, police are saying. This was just dropped at 4:57, just a little while ago, actually. A gunman in Louisiana killed 8 children, shot 2 other people Sunday in the early morning attack of domestic violence carried out across 2 houses. So that's what I'm talking about when we're looking at the Google Maps, you guys. I don't know if the 2 houses are a couple houses apart or right next door to each other, but there's very few houses in the 300 block, and that's what we're looking at. The suspect died after a police pursuit and the victims, who ranged in age from 1 to 14, including children related to the gunman. The Shreve Department police spokesperson says investigators did not say what may have set off the attack. A mass shooting. The mass shooting was the deadliest in the U.S. In more than 2 years, you guys. This is an extensive scene, unlike anything most of us have ever seen, says the spokesperson for the department. Officers fired at the suspect. Officers, so there's more than one that fired, all right, at the suspect during a chase after he carjacked a vehicle at gunpoint while leaving a scene. So obviously somebody was in that car because they used it. All right, so wait. All right, I'm getting another map. Hold on. All right, West 79th Street. All right, location of deadly shootings. Okay, so they are streets apart, Harrison and West 79th. Let's take a look at that, guys. Let's take a look at that. Let me pull this back up. Let me take this off. I'll continue sharing that in just a minute, but let's pull up Google Earth again, because I finally have where the 2 scenes. All right, so this is Harrison Street here. Let's get closer to it. All right, this is West 79th. So it was somewhere right in here. Right in here is one of the houses. And then West Harrison, let me save that to a project. And let's go to let's go to, oh my God, I'm learning how to do this shit. Can you believe it? Okay. All right. Let's go to, what did I say? Harrison Street. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is West 79th, and then Harrison is right over here, you guys. Now, wait a second. Here's another church. Remember, okay, wait. This looks like it's more where we were seeing. Hold on now. Hold on. Can you guys see this? Let me try to, I can't zoom anymore because I want you guys to. This is where it looked like the staging was at, right? In this parking lot here, because I said there's a church behind that truck, and I wanted to see what was behind the truck, right? Well, the map is showing that the 2 houses, there's a house somewhere in here. I'll have to look again, and a house somewhere in here. So my question is, here's a church over here as well, the Pilgrims Travelers Baptist Church. Is this where the police we're at. But that lady said that she was okay. Y'all, like I said, I know I sound crazy, and this is what happens to my brain when I'm doing research. Okay. I'm writing all this stuff down, but I can't write it down. I'm having to remember it because I'm actually doing this is how I research shit, y'all. So now you know. All right. So West Harrison Street. Hold on. '79th and West Harrison Street, and it looks like okay. Let me go back to Google Earth. All right. So it looks like it's not pinning the two exact houses. What it's pinning on both of my maps right now, the AP and this Google map thing. We haven't pinned the houses yet. We've just pinned the two streets. So one of these, we know it's the 300 block. The 300 block is this whole area right here. Just this. If you could see my cursor, this is the 300 block. So we know, actually, let's just go down the backyard. So it's just this 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, this doesn't look like a house to me. It looks like a building. Liz sent me another picture. I see that 6, 7, maybe a house there, 8. So within one of these houses, and then here's another. Let me see what Liz has to say. Maybe she's got another. Just a minute. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is the house that I showed earlier. Yeah, Liz, so we watched the KSLA news and we did see this house. I just have to figure out which one that is exactly. Thank you, Liz, so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, just keep sending them to me. So let's go back over here. Hi guys, let me jump in a chat really quick. I'm not ignoring you guys. This right here is how I research stuff, except for my pad of papers right here. I haven't been able to write anything down. I just have to keep it all in my head with you guys, and you guys can just help me stay on track. But like I said, I've only got one screen. I only know how to use one screen at a time. And so I'm having to go back and forth, like most people have, like, 3 or 4 different screens up when they're going live so they can keep, and just bounce off screens. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm going to learn though. How come the police aren't talking about it? Hi, Donna. Yes, the police did come out and give an interview in the beginning. I'm going to bring that back up. Why don't let's do that. Let's watch the only presser that we know of that the police had. Now I stopped that there because all right, hold on. Let me find the police presser on this, guys. Okay, all right, hold on. I think this is going to tell us a lot. Let's watch this because I think this guy is giving me more information on exactly where these houses are, and I can see the church in the background. All right, let me pull this up. You guys, like I said, this is a KSLA News. This is the live feed that we have been watching since I went live, but we didn't watch the beginning of it. So let's watch this again. Maybe Liz and I can get a better understanding of exactly where we're at in this game. Prayers out to the family. Prayers out to the 2 victims that are in the hospital right now. I don't have any updated information on them. As soon as I do, I will get it out to you guys immediately. All right. So let's do this. This is when it first started breaking. So let's watch this together. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. Let's see. This one. Share this screen. I'll make it as big as I can, you guys. Please watch your own ears. I can't control your volume. I can only control it from here. All right, let's take a listen in, you guys. This is when it started breaking. The news started breaking.
Call again. If we go mute, we are speaking with city leaders, representatives, things that we cannot report at the moment. Soon as we get off live, we'll have more information, certain conversations, especially with family members here. We having lots of emotions going on. Be respectful
Wow.
be respectful of the family. We will not be letting you all hear anything family members or their emotions process of going through. Is a respect thing, you guys. It's nothing against you. We're not ignoring you. We just want to be as respectful to the family as possible, especially in such a tragic situation.
Hi, Possum. Hi, Alyssa. Hi, Mark. Hi, everybody in chat. Thank you for being here.
We spoke with multiple Shreveport police officers, and they just said majority of them have never seen anything like this. As many children. Said it was very, very gruesome scene in there.
I'm trying to figure out
This is in Shreveport, Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, we are merging over to KSLA reporter Marvin Andrade. Marvin, can you tell us a little bit about where you are and what is going on?
Well, Kennedy, I'm about 2 blocks away from the initial scene, where most of the police officers are at on 79th Street. Right now, investigators just got here, so there's not much information that I can give you besides that this house right here has some sort of connection with the shooting that happened over in 79, where I believe Jalea and Peyton are at. But right now, investigators just got here. I asked them the same questions that we all have. What is the relationship with this house, with the shooting? Right now, they said that they're learning to find out exactly what it is. They're investigating it, and they're asking for a little bit more time to be able to get more details. We don't know much. They just said they got to the scene and they are waiting to get more details. I'm gonna move the camera a little bit so you can see that investigators are behind this red car right here, trying to figure out more clues of what's going on. And I'm gonna move a little bit over here so you can see all of the cars lined up. You see 1, 2, 3, 4 cars all here at this house. We don't know exactly what this connection is with the overall crime scene right now. We just know there is some connection with this house. We're learning to get those answers. We know that at some point the suspect did get in a police chase with the cops, and he fled to Bossier City, where there was an alleged gunfight with officers that ended up leaving the suspect dead. All of this is preliminary information, so there's still a lot of information that we're working to find out, and we're still on the scene at all 3 locations trying to find out the overall situation here. We're trying to get as much details as we can for you guys right now, but right now we don't have much besides we've already been sharing on our socials and our websites. And as far as this location, the investigators just showed up, so they're asking for a little bit more time to be able to answer questions that the media has. I'm gonna take a step away so you can see that they're working on clues. They're working on the house to see what they can find out, and essentially what is the overall connection with this scene. There's not much that we can say about this location, as I've been saying over and over, because investigators just got here. So I myself just got here as well. So we're trying to figure out more to be able to give you guys the latest details.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Marvin. And once again, can you just tell us where exactly this location is?
This is on Harrison and Bernstein Avenue, on the corner. It's about a block or 2 away from the initial call on 79th and Linwood, around that area. It's about a block or 2 away from that initial call where the shooting happened.
Okay, thank you so much, Marvin. Once again, I'm just going to ask you if you can just let us take a look really quickly.
Yeah, let me show you really quick what I'm seeing. Right now, investigators just arrived to the scene and they're working on the crime scene, trying to figure out any clues or trying to investigate the situation more. I'm going to move over here where you can see more cop cars as well. There's about 6 cop cars. There's 2 cop cars and around 3 other investigator cars. That's why they don't have much details yet, because they're arriving and they're trying to do their job so that they can be able to give the media as much information as they possibly can.
Thank you so much, Marvin. We will cut back to you soon. We appreciate this. If you have any information or any updates in the meantime, don't hesitate to let me know, and we will definitely cut back even sooner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenny. I'll keep you guys updated once I figure out more of what's going on with this house that has crime scene duct tape.
Great. Thank you so much, Marvin. Okay, everyone. So that was KSLA reporter Marvin Andrade. He was on the scene at a house.
Hey guys, thanks so much for watching
USA
KSLA News 12 Facebook Live. The mobile command center is blocking according to SPD, they're going to start moving things, and that's just too gruesome for family members to see, and they don't want that to be on TV, which is respectful. We understand. So if you're seeing the mobile command center, because
Okay, let me stop it right there and turn this down just a little bit. Thank you guys so much for being here. Shauna, it was good to see you again. Rachel, so it is more than unfathomable. Shauna, have a good night. Thank you, honey, for your support. Always, I am looking between just what that guy just showed us, and then also looking in the Google Maps. Let me take this part. Hi, lunch lady. Good to see you. Hold on. I'm going to take that down. Let's look at mobile apps again, or Google Apps, mobile apps. Oh, because I want to. Okay, so this is Harrison Street, and what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, hold on. And then this is West 59. Now, where that guy said that he was reporting from was the smaller area. He didn't know what that had to do with, what that house actually had to do with the crime. Obviously, it doesn't look like, I mean, a coroner's, it doesn't look like, on the command center, nothing was there. It was over here. If you can see my, my cursor. I'm still believing that right here at this place is where they had the box for all the media and stuff, because here's that church. The command center was in here. So this Harrison Street, he said he's a couple blocks. He said he was on a corner. So I was trying to pull in to see if I could see that red truck. This is how I find houses, you guys. It's just insane. I wish he had given us the block. If anybody remembers, did he say the 500 block? But he said he's on the corner. This looks like a red truck, and I know the house comes out in a dip like this. This is a corner lot, but the red truck wasn't parked like that. It was parked like this. So here's another corner lot. That doesn't look like the house. So let's go on. This kind of looks like it, but the house does not at all look like the house he was. Neither does this one. Neither does that one. Nope. Okay, so let's go straight across the street here. This doesn't look like the house at all. Nope. Some of these houses, because of the trees, you can't see. Let me back up just a little bit. Now, I don't know. Usually Google Images are taken like every 6 months. So this had to have been within the last 6 months. So he said a couple of blocks over. So we know this is one, this might be considered 2 blocks. Let's see, 500, 400. So this is considered 2 blocks. How they go by is the 400 block. See all these house numbers start with 4. So this would be the 400 block over here. And then this starts the 500 block on both sides of the street. But the block means literally a block. It's just a block. And all of these, even though they're on 3 different streets, this one, the front and the back, and then the side street, it's still a block. That's what we mean by blocks, you guys. So when they say the 400, we just have to figure out what street in that block, then we know if it's up here or up down here. That's why over here on 79th Street, which we know is where the mobile command center was, they told us it was the 300 block. I'm thinking it's here. I don't know why, but I just do. So even though I don't know, maybe the mobile command center was here, because we know that and then maybe the staging center was here. Anyways, this is the 300 block. So it's anywhere here. See, these are all 200. So we know that the block stops here. Okay. So it's either one of these. And see, this is a whole block. See how it's blocked off? Now, these 2 houses would not be a part. They would be a part of the 300 block because they're in the block, but their house numbers are obviously not in the 300. So, and we know for sure it's this street. It wouldn't be over here because this is the 200 block. So I'm thinking it's either this one. Doesn't look like a house to me. This definitely doesn't look like a house to me. So it's this one, or this one. It's one of these 3 right here, I think, you guys. And remember, the mobile command center was parked in here, saying that they parked it there because they wanted to bring out, I guess, some of the victims or whatever, and they were trying to hide it from media and family because they said family was out there. Now, this looks like a house to me. I mean, it's got beautiful landscaping and stuff. Maybe it was here, and maybe that's why the mobile command center was parked there instead of just blocking the whole street off altogether, so you wouldn't see this. So now I'm thinking this house, this one, or this one. It could be this. I don't know. That says little schoolhouse. I don't know what that is, but I'm thinking it's one of these 4. All right, let me jump back, and then I haven't figured out. So if I back up, this is where it happened, somewhere right here, and I just think it's right here. I don't know why. Because we know this is Harrison Street right here. That's where that guy was reporting off of. He said it was a corner house he was on. This is not a house. This is a house, but I looked, and when you look down the road, though, there was plenty, like 4 cop cars. So is it down here? Or is this the corner that he's talking about? And then, I don't know. He said it was a corner house. So we just have to know the way it goes. But this would be a really walking distance, easy to get to. Why is there 2 different houses? What does that house have to do, the one that he was reporting at? What does it have to do with that? He said he was on the corner block, right? So if it is a corner block, yeah, so this would be the corner block, but that's not a house. This is a corner block, this is a corner block, and this is. So he's right here somewhere, or that's where the house is. And I still think it's one of these 4 because I know this church, it was blocked because of the command center. And then it was a parking lot that they were giving their interviews from. So it was this one. All right, so we got that far in it. Let's see. See, he's saying a corner street, but where the location they've got is on Harrison Street. They've got it slap dab in the middle. But who knows? I don't know. All right, let me see. Let's put back on what we were just listening to. Let me get this off my screen. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's put back on The early reports of this, my source, you guys, is KSLA News coming out of Facebook. So maybe we can glean something from just the outer section of this. I want to back that
Were
up
injured
just
as
a little
well, was
bit.
shot. One of the
Oh,
women, we can't confirm that Shreveport police said she was shot in the head, but both women.
Oh, so it was 2 women. Okay. Let's look at this
You
again.
just tell us
And I'll be
where
quiet.
exactly this location is.
This is on Harrison and Bernstein Avenue, on the corner. It's about a block or two away from the initial call on 79th and Linwood, around that area. It's about a block or two away from that initial call where the shooting happened.
Okay.
Let me just jump in here right quick, and then I'll shut that. You sent the address on the line. Okay. Thank you, Liz. I got to take some medicine, you guys. It may look like the house is blue, but what you guys are seeing in the background and the little blue points of this is that's their watermark so that we can't use it. And I understand that completely. You'll see the blue kind of like jumping kind of all over the screen. What you guys are having trouble seeing is right in the center. It says channel 8 or channel 7 news. So the house looks whitish, but let me look at what Lizzo said while we're listening to this, and she's got the correct address. We'll keep going with this. Hi, Tupac's wife. Good to see you, love.
Thank you so much, Marvin. Once again, I'm just going to ask you if you can just let us take a look really quickly.
Yeah, let me show you really quick what I'm seeing. That right now, investigators just arrived to the scene and they're working on the crime scene, trying to figure out any clues or trying to investigate the situation more. I'm gonna move over here where you can see more cop cars as well. There's about 6 cop cars. There's 2 cop cars and around 3 other investigator cars. That's why they don't have much details yet, because they're arriving and they're trying to they're trying to do their job so that they can be able to give the media as much information as they possibly can.
Okay, how long have I been muted? I've got Lizzo on the phone. You know what it is?
Probably about 3 minutes.
You know what it is? My dogs, they fight over who gets to lay by the computer right next to me. And so they keep unplugging my thing. All right, let me let you go. Lizzo, if you want to come, do you want to come up? I can drop the link if you want to. All right. Whew. Okay, so we've got the addresses also. Thank you, Liz, for this. Okay, all right. Here we go. Let's go back over here about 6 seconds. Well, I'm sorry, y'all. It's my dogs do that. And because I'm not seeing the chat when I'm looking at all this and when I'm moving my cursor, I didn't know that one of the dogs hit my thing. All right, so let's go back to Google Maps because Lizzo has totally worked this out for us. Thank you, Liz. All right, so this is, let me back it up just again, remind you where we're at. Somewhere in here, I believe it's right here, is where the mobile command center pulled in that big bus to stop reporters who were staged here in this parking lot. And the reason why we know that is because when the community leaders came out to speak, they were in a huge, it looked like a warehouse parking lot to me. And then when the mobile command center left, we were watching because I wasn't sure if the house would be here and that's why they parked here, but now it makes sense to me. And I said, oh, there's a church behind it. Okay. So Lizzo came up with, got us the addresses. Now we know that this is the house right here that at least some, if not all of the victims, 355 70 West 79th Street. And then I want to show you exactly. So from here, if you go this way, I don't know north, south, east, west. You guys don't even try to get me on that. Right over here, the guy said that he was actually a couple blocks away. We're on Harrison Street now. Now let's pull into the 500 block, which is, I think, here. Yep, 400, 400, 400. All right, hold on, gotta go this way. 500, 504. This is it right here, you guys. I need to figure out how to pin this. So this is what he's talking about, the corner. That's why we really couldn't see it because of, like I said, the trees. So let's just look at the distance there from this house right over here. If you guys can see my cursor, this house right here, about a couple blocks over to this house right here. So this is the house right here, you guys, that we saw the guy a little while ago on the Facebook Live. He was reporting in front of, there's crime scene tape around just the house. There was like 4 police cars lined up. He told us that over here at this scene is where all of the tons and tons of police were. And we actually saw that on a video. All right, guys, this is what we're going to do, love bugs. So now that we know both, I got to figure out how to pin that. I'll do that. I'll do that while we continue listening to things as they unfolded here. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Let's take a listen in the early. Let me get this off. I'm going to keep working with the maps because I'm learning. I mean, I know how to find them, but I'm learning how to like pin things so it's easier for me to find them. Let me share this screen. We will go back to the early hours of what all was unfolding there. So again, my resources, you guys, is KSLA out of Shreveport, Louisiana, where this happened. It is the first, it's the biggest mass shooting that we've had in 2 years, you guys. This involves 10 people, 8 children who are now deceased. 2 ladies that we are learning right now are in the hospital. I haven't gotten any news on their conditions yet, and we're going to learn here really quickly that one of the women were actually shot in the head. All right, let's keep listening.
Thank you so much, Marvin. We will cut back to you soon. We appreciate this. If you have any information or any updates in the meantime, don't hesitate to let me know, and we will definitely cut back even sooner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenny. I'll keep you guys updated once I figure out more of what's going on with this house that has crime scene duct tape.
Great. Thank you so much, Marvin.
It's not duct tape, babe, but okay, we understand. We
Okay,
get you.
everyone. So that was KSLA reporter Marvin Andrade. He was on the scene at a house.
Hey guys, thanks so much for
on
watching
West 79th.
KSLA News 12 Facebook Live. The mobile command center is blocking according to SPD, they're going to start moving things, and that's just too gruesome for family members to see, and they don't want that to be on TV, which is respectful. We understand. So if you're seeing the mobile command center because they want to block it, you guys, this is a very, very tragic situation. We can report, according to Shreveport Police, 8 children are dead. The youngest is 18 months old. The oldest is roughly 13 or 14. 2 women were injured as well, were shot. One of the women, we can't confirm that Shreveport Police says she was shot in the head, but both women at the moment are alive. According to Shreveport Police, the last they checked, both women were alive. So 10 people shot. 8 of the 10 were children from the ages of 18 months, to 13 or 14 years old. All of the children are deceased. And then the 2 women, they are in the hospital at the moment. Shreveport Police did say that an officer then did a chase into Bossier City, into Bossier Parish, where that suspect got out of the vehicle. Gunfire was exchanged between the suspect and Shreveport Police, and the suspect is dead, who Shreveport Police say is responsible for the gruesome situation. Like I said, 8 children are dead, 2 women are in the hospital. They're fighting for their lives, you guys. Right now, Shreveport Police are locking down the entire situation. All of this happened roughly in the late 5 o'clock hour, early 6 a.m. hour. Shreveport Police are still trying to get us an accurate timeline of everything. It's so preliminary. We don't really know a lot of information. Only thing we can tell you guys is that what we can report. Now, the Shreveport Public Information Officer, Corporal Chris Borderline, said he'll be back. Let them shut down the scene. The Caddo Parish Coroner's Office is on scene as well. We have multiple units here. Shreveport Police are investigating all of the Shreveport situations, all of their locations. And if you go over to Bossier Parish, where the suspect was killed, Louisiana State Police is investigating that because it went over city lines and parishes. So they're going to be investigating the suspect's death because it was also a Shreveport police officer who killed him. But the entire situation in Shreveport with the children and the women, that will be investigated by Shreveport Police. I see a lot of comments, you guys. I do not want to say any of the speculation. Shreveport Police did say that the children were in somewhat related. The women didn't know each other. They're not giving an accurate, they're not confirming anything at the moment. It's so early on. And then police did tell us they want to notify all next of
was not
kin.
expecting this
Excuse
this
me, guys, I
morning.
almost dropped the
Yeah.
tripod.
I will
Before
say,
anything is said on camera. Like I said, you can see the mobile command center because they're starting to move bodies into the coroner's vehicle. And because of the nature of everything, we want to make sure everything is covered. So Shreveport Police did park their mobile command center, so you all cannot see that. We want to be respectful of the family as well. We still have family members on the scene, and we're going to be respectful. We're not going to show them at the moment. This is a lot, you guys. Shreveport Police are devastated. A few of them had to walk off a few moments ago. They're still trying to do their jobs. We have state leaders here as well as city.
All right, y'all, I'm going to jump in just now because I want to let you know what we're watching is early on in the investigation. I've been live now for 3 hours investigating this, right along with you guys, trying to find out as much information as I can. Brian Enton was the first person that I heard report on it as soon as he did, and I got a little bit of it. I was like, I'm going to go live. So you have literally been watching how I research stuff in real time. And when I tell you guys that it takes me, when I get into this stuff, it takes a long time. I put a lot into it. So I hope that you appreciate that. And so I sound like I'm freaking all over the place. And that's because in real time, you're hearing me learn about the same stuff that you're listening about instead of me just sitting here taking the notes. Big shout out to Lizzo, who has gotten us information on where the two houses are. We have that. Also, so if you want to back up just a little bit, I've shown it on Google Maps, on Google Earth. Also, I want to say that, yes, I can report who the father is. And listen, I have to say that I have found on 3 different sources that he is the father of all 8 children. How the 2 women and how the 2 houses connect, I do not know that. I'm still searching all of these things. Like I said, to find out more information. I do not have any more information on how the 2 ladies are doing that are in intensive care in the hospital. If anybody knows, drop it in chat. Please give me a source so I can go look it up myself. So yes, I have put out his name. He is deceased. It's not hard to find pictures of this man, nor is it hard to find victims' pictures out there as well. I'm not going to put any of that up yet. I just out of respect for the families, even though they don't know me, they will never know me. They will never know about this channel probably, but maybe someday their great grandchildren will, they'll be like, who is this dumb bitch? Talking about our family. So maybe they'll get some information from it. I don't know, but I don't have to know people to respect people. I don't have to know the victims to respect their rights. So I don't mind putting out the name of the perpetrator of this crime. And later I will be just putting his picture up, but right now I'm not the creator that's going to share the pictures with you of the children. They are easy to find. Go to anywhere. I found it pretty early on, within an hour. I knew, listen, Facebook knows before anybody else, before the news, sometimes before the police. Facebook knows because everybody uses Facebook and they want to be the first person to say, hey, that was my neighbor. This is who it is. This is what went on. They want to be the first person to report it. So I always go, Facebook is like one of my first places. That's where I start. I don't like using that as like a source per se, but I will tell you where I glean it from, my information, and then take it with a grain of salt until I can prove it. But that's what we're working with. I can say that the man's name now for sure. Well, before even now, when I put up my tag on this video, that his name is Shamar Elkins. Now, if he has been abusive before, Miss Donna, I do not know, honey. I don't have anything. I haven't even gotten into court records. Now, I can tell you what else I do. If you want to do it, you can do it yourself. You can go to the court records in Louisiana. I think somebody said that up here. Hold on. Courts don't care when moms get abused and stuff like this happens. We need more protected people in our neighborhoods. That's right. I think we need to bring back neighborhood watches. This happened this morning in Shreveport, Louisiana, between 5 and 6 o'clock this morning, but it did not go viral or really go out of the area until I've been live for about 3 hours and probably about an hour. So it really went viral about 4 hours ago, mainly because it's probably because it's 8 children. The way it's been reporting right now is that they're of the same family. This is the biggest mass shooting we have had in 2 years. So that's probably why it's viral. I want to thank you guys so much for being here. So like I said, this footage that I'm showing you right now is footage from when it started going viral, when it got out to the news station. So what you're listening to now is very, very early stages in this, when we found out about 4 hours ago. Some new information since this has gone on, has come out, and we have got that as well. So stick with us, hang in there with us. I am doing research behind the scenes to bring you stuff as they're happening. Y'all, please say a prayer for the 2 ladies, the 2 victims that are in the hospital. We do know one child was taken to the hospital as well with a, did they say a shot in the arm? You guys, I'm not writing anything down. Usually I have all my notes, but you guys are my notes right now because I don't have time to research, do a live, and write everything down. I'm only one person with one screen and one keyboard and one mouse. So anyways, did they say on there that one child was taken to the hospital with a broke arm or a gunshot wound to the arm? I cannot remember, but apparently that's not life-threatening, thank God, or else there could have been another child victim in all of this. But there are 2 adults, both women. We do know, sadly, that at least one of them were shot in the head. All right, let's keep going with this. Like I said, this is very early on in the investigation. The mobile command center is already moved out of the way. From what I'm understanding, by the end of this live, which was only live for, oh, y'all, it's so sad they got, oh, y'all won't believe what's on this. Oh, holy hell. We're going to have to watch it. Oh, y'all, they got the family out there in the yard praying. Y'all, I'm going to lose my stuff. Anyways, the mobile command center is now moved out of the way. They've opened up the yard. We'll find out more about everything as this goes on. All right. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you so much. Here we go.
If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask them. We'll do our best to answer those questions. We don't have all of the information right now. There's a lot of
Broken leg. Thank you, Miss Nancy. I see you in chat. I appreciate. Listen, we're in this together, you guys. I'm just the one with the microphone. If you want to come up on panel, give me some resources you've looked into. Just make sure that they're as factual as we can be. If we're speculating something that maybe we're just reading into it wrong, I don't mind saying, you guys, I'm not sure, but this is the way it's looking like to me. But I never say something is factual unless I know that it is factual. So I appreciate you guys. We're in it together, you guys. And according to Leni, you find your place. You have a voice. Use it. We've all got different strengths. Find your strength and use it. And I appreciate it. All right, honey, here we go.
moving parts in this situation. It's just such a lot of things to unpack
It's
right
been
now.
right up here,
But thank you
Patrick.
guys for remaining patient. Thank you guys for watching. And if you watched earlier, if you've been joining in on all of the Facebook lives, as well as with the other members, KSLA team members, Andrew, Julia, Marvin, we appreciate that for you joining in.
Let me stop that just a minute, Miss Donna. I was not ignoring you. I've got so much going through my mind right now and trying to bring up stuff. But what I wanted to tell you guys is what I would normally do, like off the scenes, if I'm not doing this with you guys on here, is I pull up, I find the name. I've got the name. It's Shamar Elkins. The next thing to do is go find the courts in Shreveport in Louisiana, like mine in Indy is ind.gov, right? And then I type in the name and I type in the court cases. It brings up every time he has been before the courts. So there is a way to find out if he's been abusive before, if he's got any kind of record, if he's been to jail, if he's got any pending court cases. Is that what this is about? Does he have some pending? Does he have something pending? And that's what set him off. Is it mental illness? Is it just he's pissed? We don't know. But there are ways to find it. I just have not been able to jump into his file yet. You're welcome to do it. I think it'd be great. But now y'all know, now you know my secrets. Y'all are learning them. All right, let's keep going. And I'm going to keep searching while we're going.
Okay, so we just received some sort of newer information from the Bossier location. So we're going to see if KSLA reporter Andrew Wellman is available to talk for a second. Let's see if he can possibly hear me.
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, good. Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Okay, so can you tell us kind of the new updates and also what location you're at right now?
So Kennedy, I'm here at 400 Brompton Lane in Bossier. It's about 15 to 20 minutes from the initial scene over there on West 79th Street. So when the suspect fled, he eventually, this is where the pursuit did end, and they did get into an altercation with police where shots were exchanged. And the suspect is deceased. I actually spoke with a Louisiana police officer who says it's unclear at this moment whether he was killed by police or he was most definitely struck by police gunfire, but he may it's unclear whether that killed him or he took his own life.
Mm-hmm.
As of right now, Louisiana State Police are out here investigating due to the fact that it is an officer-involved shooting.
Mm-hmm.
However, they do say that Shreveport Police are taking the lead on this investigation. I did speak with a couple of neighbors who actually said they didn't really hear anything.
Okay.
Last night, they just woke up and they looked out their window, and this whole strip of this turnaround that we're at right here, it was taped off, surrounded by police officers, and so they were a little confused as to what was going on. I'm sorry. As of right now, Louisiana State Police are preparing to leave the scene. They're just waiting for a tow truck to come and take away the vehicle that the suspect was driving before the altercation ended here on Brompton Lane.
Again, you guys, this is old footage. This is footage that came out about 4.5, 5 hours ago when it went viral. So this is live from Shreveport. It's actually coming off of the Facebook live stream. I'm going to fast forward it because we've learned a lot since then. I want to fast forward it to some things that we may not have known early on, and show you guys some quick things that happened during this time. As you can see on your screen, y'all, this is the mobile command center. This is how we kind of figured out where it was before we actually had addresses. You could tell by where they were parked, how they were parked, that they were actually did a really good job of blocking the scene where cameras could not watch victims being taken out of a house. That's why I just think all the victims were at this one house right here and not a couple blocks over on Harrison Street, because there wasn't this much police presence. There was no coroner over there, nothing like that. And this is where all that was happening. Let's see what, hold on, there's someone talking to a police officer here. Let's see if we can hear anything. Okay, can't hear nothing there. Like I said, this was hours and hours ago, you guys. Here's on the street where it's all blocked off. You can see many police officers. Many police officers. All right, so let's keep moving up a little bit. We saw all of this. Let's get a little bit closer. Again, we were watching it during this time as well. You don't hear anything going on. We're just being bugaboos. Okay, that's what's happening. All right, let's see, let's keep going. Again, just more. Okay, and then here, if you want to go back and watch it, they are setting up command center, you guys, for the media. And what they're doing here is they're going to have some local community leaders, pastors, things like mainly it's just pastors of churches around there that are coming to do prayer and talk about their community and things of that sort. We do know the governor, so it was the governor, the mayor, there was a couple of other city leaders that did post on X or release statements. They have not been on the news yet that I know of. What we're seeing right here is all of community leaders coming together. Like I said, they are pastors and people that belong to, just, I don't know. I think it's time to bring crime watches back. It's time to bring, police your own neighborhoods kind of thing. All right. So I'm going to fast forward through this. If you want to listen to these fine people talking, you're welcome to go to this live or rewind my live and listen and pray with them. We can see right here the Red Cross was also out there. That's always good to know. JB, who is our FBI resource that we have for our channel, she's 20 years retired FBI, told us that the Red Cross is, when it's things like this, is always on scene. I did not know that. So shout out to JB. Here, I think they are starting to move that. Yes. So this is where I figured out that I didn't know if on the other side of this command center was where the house was. So I wanted to watch this command center leave. And it's not. It's across the street. So let's get it out of the way so we could see what's on the other side that they were blocking from us. This is how we could tell exactly where they had, or how I can tell where they had their command center for, or their, staging area for the media, which would be right here on the corner. And then I noticed this church in the background, and so they have this whole area blocked off. The house that we know that had at least, if not all of the decedents, some decedents, children, is right back over here in this area. Actually, where you see this police car right here, it's almost directly right across from this church. All right, so let's keep going. I'm just explaining to you what happened earlier. This is another man talking. Let's listen in. I did not hear what he had to say earlier. So let's hear what he had to say.
Event. But I'm hoping it will be a wake-up call to the fact that we need to make sure we got a sustainable way with dealing with the mixed with violence. The bottom line is this: until we come up with a means of tracking people who have committed an act of domestic violence and making sure resources there for behavioral health, mental health, if there are social pressures that are involved, we need to be able to intervene and address it before it becomes.
I think it's I can hold that a minute because I can rewind this. I don't want April's comment to be lost in chat. She says the suspect first shot a woman on Harrison Street before going to a home on the 300 block of West 79th, which is where we're at on our screen right now, you guys. Where we know the children are. April says where the shooting continued. They are having a news conference at 11 a.m. You mean in the morning, tomorrow morning? Let us know. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. April also is reporting that 2 adult women were taken to a local hospital with serious injuries. A teenager was also hurt, but authorities said those injuries were not considered life-threatening. Thank God for that. Thank God that this man did not hurt this teenager. Now, when I told you guys in the beginning, when I first read it and then I went to go and verify it and I lost the site, it did say that an older boy was on top of the roof. And so, and he jumped off the roof and or whatever, and that's how he broke his leg or whatever. So then I didn't want to read it just by myself, which I probably should do, but I just get so that I want to get it to you so quick. So then I just wanted to verify it. And then when I went to verify it, I freaking lost it. That's how I am. Debbie, thank you for being here, honey. Lulu, Cooey sister says, good grief. Is there any news to say if he was under the influence, mentally unwell, just unbelievable? We know nothing yet. And I have not time to go. I have not had time. And I don't like saying I have not had time. I always say I have not made time, because we make time to do what we want to do. But because there's so many ways to investigate this situation and what's going on, I'm trying to just get out to you guys things of people on the scene, because eyewitness is the best witness. And then I can get over to the courts and find out. I guarantee this man has a record. And I haven't had a chance. I literally have not had time to go and look at that, because I'd rather see the eyewitness stuff first. And I think you would too. So I will figure out his record, though. That's not going to be hard to find at all. Boston, this happened sometime early in the AM. I heard approximately 8 a.m. ish. Gotcha. And we're on the same time, Anna B. It probably just didn't go viral until like when I saw it. That's probably when I saw it, because I don't watch regular news. So I don't watch any TV, to tell you the truth. And I hadn't even turned on the damn TV yet. A lot of these programs do not help these women who are being abused, Miss Donna says. I'm sure he has a racket too. He's done this before, and I'm sure she left and went back to these programs. Don't help these women. I understand. Well, obviously he's pissed off at both of the women for something, right? I think yeah. Listen, I don't want to talk about the deceased, but I feel like I'm not talking about a deceased. I think I'm talking about a killer, a man who went in and it was okay for him to shoot 10 people, possibly an 11th person, or at least try with the 11th person. And I just don't think he was a saint. So you're not going to hear that from me. But I will find out, because I'm pretty good at digging into people's past. All right, let's keep going with, well, before we do that, let me take this off, because this is recorded. I can always go back to that. Let's look at the map again. Let me bring up the map, show you what two houses we're talking about, now that April has been able to verify how this started with him shooting one lady and then going over to the other house, which is where I think the children were. We know now where the two houses are. So when we're seeing the Command Mobile Center, for those that read y'all, these dogs, so you have to go back over here and make sure you guys can still hear me. Oh, for the love of Jesus. Okay. All right. Can I see my, yeah, I can still see. Okay, cool. No new, do not go back there. Stop it. All right. So I don't know where I was. I'm on dog now. The Command Mobile Center, for those that don't know, I think was parked right here. Right here would be this. If you're watching my cursor, is probably the best way to watch it. Right here would be somewhere in here is where they had the news media at. We know the Command Mobile Center was here because we couldn't see that this was a church until it actually moved away. So I'm going to show you right now. This house, I'm going to zoom into it really fast. This is the house right here, 355, where the deceased is at. And obviously, this may be where he lives. I don't know, because I know one of the women that was shot was his wife. That's what's being reported. So I don't know if he went over and shot his boo thing and then came back home, and then who knows? I don't know. All I know is that you guys are not getting back there. That's what I know. Get your ball, Newt, and stop being sick now. All I know is I think that the decedent, the children were here. Well, we Newt, I'm gonna whip you. We know that for sure because this is where all the police were. This is where the coroner was. This is where all that was. So the decedents were here. And then I'm going to back out of this and show you where the other house is. There's two houses involved, 2 women involved, 8 children involved, and a 9th child, teenager, who broke a leg in all of this. So right here is the house, you guys. And then if you go straight back down West 79th, up the street, and then down Harrison Street, I'm going to show you where the other, I guess that's where the other lady was killed at. You have to keep going this way. It's in the 500 block. and I've already explained how the blocks work, you guys. If you look at the 404s, the 4s here. So right here is where the 500 starts. So, you know, this is the 500 block. We also know that this is the house right here, right? Yes. This is the other house right here. We can't see it that well. It is well covered with trees. I'm guessing these Google Earth images are no more than 6 months old, because that's how often that our houses get picked. Look at your houses on Zillow, you guys. It's amazing. And then even on Google Earth, it's amazing. So this is this is one of the crime scenes here where I believe that the one lady was shot. This is what April has reported. A woman was shot here, and then he left, I'm guessing on foot, because he hijacked a car. So I'm guessing on foot. I doubt he's walking down the street. He's probably cutting through, but I'm doing it the legal way. And then he walked over here, back over here, and this is where where we believe that the decedent children are, okay, or were today. All right, thank you guys for that. I'm going to leave that pinned. You can see it's just a hop, skip, and a jump right there to right over here. All right, yeah, right in here. No, it's the 500 block. It's over here, right there. This one. I need to. I'll get it all pinned. I have had time to work on that either. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to take this part off the screen. I'm going to see, let's take a look, and I can get rid of that one now. Let me see if there has been anything dropped. Lizzo says that there is going to be a presser at 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm guessing that's, I mean, obviously they'll have more information there. I want to see if we have missed any new news that may have come out of this. All up here 7 hours ago, 52 minutes ago. That's still showing. That's USA Today, you guys. Some of the live updates that they give us, well, let's just see. It looks like they have something live going on. So let's see if I can pull it up. Hold on just a minute. I got to get through their ads. Okay, no. It's showing the sheriff again having his talk, and then, so this is obviously not live, but this was, all right. This is interesting. Let me do this because we can bring up. Wow. One of the guys who is doing all of the reporting for the media source for the police department says over 30% of our crimes, 30% of our murders in the city of Shreveport are domestic, he said at a news conference. Now that number has just gone up. We've more than doubled our homicides in the city of Shreveport because of one act of domestic violence. One act. No, it's terrible. Okay. All right. So let me see if, just a second, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Will you double tap your screen for me? And that's all I ask. Let other people know that we are live, and that people, I don't know, if they may like my jam. If they don't, then they'll leave. But let other people know that we're live, and maybe this is the place for them. I'm trying to find the latest that I can find on a news. This is one 1 hour ago. Let me see if, okay, so this has got a little bit different footage on it. Yeah, let's look at this together, you guys. Let me stop it, knock it off. Let me get through their ads because I get a hand slap every time one of their ads show on my channel. That's not my fault. How can I help that? I try to sit here and make sure that, why would they care? I mean, they could be getting some. All right, let's take a look at this. Let me get rid of this. All right, and bring this one up. Thank y'all so much for being here. All right, listen, watch your guys' ears. Okay, I can't control your volume. I can only control mine. This, my source, you guys, on this is Channel 6 coming from Shreveport. And it's just a few seconds. It's only a 30-second thing. Let's watch it. And then I can read you the source. In fact, I've got another source right now that's sending me a lot of info. Let me read through that too as well. All right, let's watch your ears, guys. Watch your ears. Let me make sure I've got it as big as I can. All right, here we go. Again, not a lot of times you can get stuff like this, you guys, and it will not it won't bring up their volume. Like as soon as they start playing their ads, then we'll get volume. But I don't know if they're just showing pictures of this and I'm supposed to just read it, which I don't mind doing. I'm not as good at it as Maggie is. I like my co-host to be on here reading this stuff because I talk too fast and I read too fast and I stumble over words. This was an hour ago, you guys. It was updated at 5:12 p.m. Central Time. 8 children are dead after a mass shooting on Sunday morning in Shreveport. CNN reports that police have identified the gunman as Shamar Elkins. We got that. Maybe they'll put out more. Chief Wayne Smith, the mayor of Shreveport, held a news conference Sunday morning. We watched that together already on the mass shooting in a domestic incident. According to the police, 10 people were shot on Sunday morning during a domestic disturbance. The victims range between 1 to 14 years old. 2 adult women are currently being treated at a local hospital for serious injuries. A teenager also sustained injuries, which are considered non-life threatening. From what we understand, you guys, I think he's got a broken leg, and I think somehow he ended up on the roof of the house and jumped off, and that's how he broke his leg. Don't quote me on that, but I think I read that and I just forget where. The Shreveport Police Department says it responded to a shooting just before 6 a.m. and determined this was a domestic call in nature. According to the police, the suspect first shot a woman on Harrison Street before traveling to the residence in the 300 block of the West 79th Street, where the shooting continued. April already found all this for us. Thank you, April. We appreciate you. After leaving the scene, the suspect hijacked a man at gunpoint near the intersection of Linwood Avenue and West 79th Street. Police located the stolen car and a chase ensued into Bossier Parish. At the time, three police officers discharged their firearms, shooting and killing a suspect. Okay, so now we know there was at least now 3 police officers who fired shots. According to the police, they believe he was only one person who fired gunshots at the locations. The identity of the suspect will be released once next of kin notifications have been completed for all victims involved. No other information is being provided at this time. So, like I said, they updated it at 5:12 to let us know his name, but we already had that. But we thank you for that. All right, so that is the latest. Again, I'm showing you guys my map. And then we're going to go back to what we were watching on the live screen. And then I've got some other sources coming through right now that are going to tell us. So we just read where April sent us where Lizzo had already, y'all listen, Lizzo's like Facebook. She's going to find addresses way before the rest of us do. Lizzo got a hold of these addresses over an hour ago. So shout out to all those that helped me with this. All right, so we know it started out right here. Here's the two locations right here and on Harrison Street. Okay, so where they say that he hijacked the car is this intersection right here. This is Linwood Street right here, and this is a 79th. So I'm guessing after he shot the lady over here, they came back over here and shot the other lady and killed the 8 children, and there was another teenager who was broken his leg. He somehow came back out here. They said at the intersection of 79th and Linwood. This is Linwood right here. So this would be the intersection somewhere in here. He hijacked a car. He took off. Police gave chase. He went to what looks like to me a affluent neighborhood where he was killed with 3 police officers shooting. But we also know that he was able to obtain this car by using a firearm as well. So my question is, did the guy get out of the car and just give him the car? Prayerfully, that's what happened. But he did, y'all, my head's going all over the place. He did hijack a car with someone in it at gunpoint, and that happened right here. And then, like I said, police gave chase. He landed in a very nice community, from what we understand. And somehow, I don't know if he started shooting at the police, and then the police returned fire. We don't know that. I'm sure we'll know that more about that by morning when the police give us their updated press conference on this. All right, let me one time really quick get closer to these houses, where it started, where it ended. This is the first house right here. We don't know if he just walked up on the house. We know nothing yet. All we know is in the early morning hours, after 5 a.m., I think, maybe a little bit earlier, there was a woman killed in this house. As soon as the woman was killed in this house, the perpetrator, which is Shamar Elkins, left that residence. I don't know if I couldn't imagine he tried to walk the straight and narrow, y'all. I can only imagine he's running across backyards and shit to come right over here to this house, 355 West 79th Street, which is where it is believed that another woman was shot and seriously injured, is in the hospital, along with the previous woman on the other street. And all of the children were killed in this home right here, 8 of them, with a 9th teenage child having a broken leg, or else he may have been a victim too. The report says after that happened, he went out here, and this is Linwood Street and 79th Street. And right in here, they said in the intersection is where he hijacked a car at gunpoint. So he stopped a car. I could just imagine. There's no stop signs here, guys. This is a thoroughway. So the stop sign would be here. These cars going this way would have to stop, and this would be going this way. So I mean, all I could say is maybe he ran out here, flagged the road. The guy stopped. He ran around the car, said, "Get out," at gunpoint. The guy gets out and takes off. Now, where we go after this, I don't know. I haven't done the mapping on that yet. This part we've got down pat. We know what we're doing. We know what happened. From here, we're going to figure out how he got to the neighborhood that he got at, where he was shot and killed. So They say that they're investigating 4 different crime scenes. The 4 different crime scenes would include these 3 right here. The house that the children were killed at, and one lady was seriously injured at. This would be another crime scene where he hijacked a car at gunpoint. And then right over here at 504 Harrison Street is where it all began. The shootings began. Where the shootings begin. We don't know where arguments begin or anything like that. But this one happened first, so this would be the 3rd crime, or actually this is the first right there, 504 Harrison Street. This is the second one, 355 79th Street. The 3rd one is going to be right here somewhere in the intersection of 79th Street and Linwood, where he hijacked a car at gunpoint. And next I'm going to be able to pin the location of where he went into a neighborhood, and that is where he lost his life. That's where we're at right now in the mapping of things, guys. I'm going to get it together. Thank you guys so much for helping me through this, you guys. Listen, I'm just doing the best I can with you guys on this. If you know anything, say something. How many people did he shoot altogether, Donna? It was 10. Thank you, April, for saying that. There was 10 people shot. 8 of them were children. All 8 of the children are dead, ranging from the ages of 1 year old, 18 months old, to 14 years old. Both women that he shot lived in 2 different houses, I'm guessing. Both were seriously injured, taken to the hospital. That's all we know on them right now. It is reported that one of them was his wife. And then there was a teenager that we know of got a broken leg in all of this humongous mess. I did read, but can't confirm, that teenager somehow was on the roof. I don't know, trying to run away from him, trying to get away. God bless that teenager. He did get away by all accounts. I'm sure we will know more by morning. There is scheduled 11 o'clock presser on this. This happened in Shreveport, Louisiana, early morning hours, you guys. Let's keep listening to this part while I keep here. I'm going to play Brian Inton, because Brian Inton is hi, Trina. Thank you for coming in. Mitch, thank you so much for being here. Deborah, so nice to see you again. Thank you, guys. Let me play what I first heard, and then ever since then, I've been on here now going on 4 hours and doing the research right along with you. Hi, Rita. This will explain what I heard, what I got, and why I'm here. And then everything since then, it's just been me and the girls figuring this mess out. And I'm just so grateful. I'm grateful for every one of you. All right, let's listen to the first thing that I heard when I jumped on this. Share that screen. Mr. Pretty Eyes himself, Brian Inton. Shout out to him. I love him so much. Okay. Nope, not that one. This one. Watch your ears, guys. I can't control your volume.
8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So just awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives. Hey guys,
all right, y'all, that is Brian Inton. Everybody knows him. Everybody loves him. If you don't love him, we can't be friends. So I love him. Hi, Evelyn. Good to see you. I have another source that's sending me some information. I don't want to scream out their name right now. But they are also watching this closely, giving reports. And listen, I'm not saying sources like Brian Inton says it or Nancy Grace, who's my boo thing. Love it. I'm not saying it like that, but when I say the word source, is just that I don't want to release the name. But we do have sources here. Listen, this is Cordy Delaney. You could be a source too. Find your place here and just get to it for me. Well, yes. All right. That's a joke. You guys have to have a sense of humor here and a lot of sarcasm because that's what I deal in. This person says, and it's on my phone, it says the suspect wife and a woman believed to be his girlfriend were also shot seriously injured, and a teenager was also hurt in the violence that occurred at 2 homes in the early morning hours, police said. Thank you for that. Okay, and then I see Lizzo also put that. Isn't it always? Isn't it? Listen, people get a divorce. If you want to have something on the side, get a divorce. Okay? Just stop the nonsense. I mean, 8 of these kids were probably his. I'm pretty sure it's been reported many places that all 8 children came out of his loins. And this is only through one woman that we know about. So did the 2 women, did the wifey and the girlfriend finally figure out, hey, Mr. Playa has been playing us and they're fighting over this loser? I don't know. I don't know. That could very well be what it is. And then he's like, I'm done with both of you. Was he, I'm sorry. Listen, I am not a proponent of automatically blaming mental illness. I've said it before. I'll say it 50 more times before I close this live. If you can hold on to 2 different lives around the corner of each other, you got your baby mama over here that you're married to, and then you got your boo thing over there, you know, your side chick over there around the corner, a couple blocks down. Listen, I'm going to go on record as saying there was nothing in his mental illness, you guys, that would have caused all of this havoc. Okay. And that may sound harsh. And listen, I'm a real person. I say it like it is. I try so hard to be sensitive, and I try so hard to be true to who I am. And I try to be really honest. But part of my honesty is calling it like it is. And if that hurts feelings, I don't want to hurt your feelings. Just exit stage right, go down the hall, and somebody else will believe exactly the way you want them to believe. In my chat, I like people to have their own opinions about it. You don't have to agree with me at all. You don't have to. You can come on my panel and disagree with me. I'm not going to blast you or kick you out of chat or whatever. Just respect the fact that we're all adults and we're allowed to have our own opinions of things. And the other thing is I'm very sarcastic, and I laugh at the most inappropriate things. You guys do not want to take me to a funeral, because my sister and I will be sitting over there like staring at Godmama, you know, knowing she couldn't stand that person laying in the casket. Now she's crying over him. Y'all, I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna call it out because that's who I am. You know, I'm not gonna make a scene at the funeral, but you can bet, like when we're all having drinks afterwards, that I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna be like, girl, what was all those crocodile tears about? You know, you didn't like them. So that's what I mean about a sense of humor and some sarcasm and just being real, because that's who I am. All right, this is a very serious situation that is coming out of Shreveport. Listen, I tried to read the room, but sometimes my Leanisms just come out, and I just have to say it. I like what Evelyn says. I think he was a selfish coward. I'm going with you on that, Evelyn. I'm on that same page. And it's sad how people are killing one another behind nothing. Oh, Stay Humble is from Shreveport. God bless you. You know what? every city, I am very aware that this was not the only murders that happened today. Don't come at me. Okay. Do not come at me about that. If you don't like what we're talking about in this chat, go to another one that's talking about something else. I'm so sick of people coming in here saying, why is everybody talking about this? Well, you're the one coming in. I didn't even tell you to come over here. You know what I mean? Like, just don't say nothing. Just leave. If you don't like what's being said, just leave. Shut the hell up. Nobody wants to know. Nobody cares. But I'm aware that in every city this morning, there were other people that died. I'm aware that in almost every city, sadly, or at least in every state, there's been a child that was murdered today. I'm aware. I'm aware. This is the first thing that came. I get notifications on different stuff from different creators, Brian Inton being one of them. Y'all, I love him. He's Mr. Pretty Eyes. And that's the first thing I seen. And then before I even did any research, I heard him. I read a little excerpts coming from the police station out there. And I was like, I go live and I'll just research the whole damn thing with everybody there. And that's what we've been doing. So listen, somebody's got to talk about it. And I'm sure every creator out there is talking about it because this is the biggest thing that's happening in our country right now, because it has been 2 years since we've had this large of a mass shooting in the United States. So I'm sure every creator is talking about it. You will find your jam if I'm not your jam. I'd like you to be my jam. I'd like to be your jam. I'll be your peanut butter to your jam. Let's make a sandwich and hang out together. Your voice matters here. It really does. And no matter where, I like what you say, stay humble. Thank you. Yes, no matter where it's from, them kids did not deserve that. That is correct. So my heart reaches out to everyone around the world who has got something going on in their lives that is like this. I'm not jumping on a bandwagon. It's the first thing that came over my screen from anybody I knew, which is Brian. Y'all know my go-tos, Brian, and my boo thing is Nancy Grace. I love that woman. I'm going to tell you that right now. On toast. Nancy wants it on toast. All right, let's keep going, you guys. Let me take off Brian Inton. I just wanted to show you guys, and I'll play it probably a couple of times. Let me take that down. Let's go back over here. I wanted to show you guys at the end of this. They finally moved the command center out of the way. So I'm guessing, let me share this. Yes, I'm guessing that at this point, maybe they have already removed all of the children from the home because the command center, we know, was blocking the house. So that news reporters could not be snapping the pictures, which I think is great. Second of all, let's go ahead and listen to this because I did see at the end of this, it looked like family members were, or maybe just the community, bunch of people huddled together, holding hands and praying. And y'all, I'm telling you, that right there just makes me go, oh, makes me lose my stuff. And I didn't see that. This guy is, what's happening is people walk up and down the street like this. And some of these people are Facebook. Some of these people are YouTube. Some of these people work for real news stations. But then you got the looky-loos like me, according to Leanie. And I'm like, I got my binoculars out too. I'm like, what the hell's going on, because I want to know too. But I wouldn't be walking up and down trying to give interviews and stuff like that. I'd be the one trying to get the interviews. So that's what's happening. Neighbors coming out, people talking, people saying what they know, other people giving interviews. That's what's happening here. Let's listen on this because this looks like a bunch of women.
they're gonna God within him. God did it. We stop all the traffic. And you're facing every day.
All right, this is a little confusing. I'm just going to explain it to you for those that don't live in the South. My background is the South, okay? And I'm not saying that Northern people, Midwestern people, whatever you consider yourself, I'm just telling you in Deep South, most people are very religious, whether it is religious for 2 minutes and then live like the devil for the rest of the 23 and 98 minute hours left in that day, or whether they are church going Sunday kind of Christian or live their like they look. It's not my judgment. Okay. I know how I am. And we all know by listening to my freaking mouth that I sure ain't living right, but I love me some Jesus. And that's just that. That's who I am. I was raised very, very Southern. So I'm just going to let you guys know what happens in Southern is especially Black communities. Now, don't come at me and say, what do you know? You're whiter than anybody I've ever seen in my life. That is true. But I won't tell you any connection I have with Black communities because it just causes problems and I don't need it. A lot in very Southern people in Black communities are very, very faith driven. And you can bet at any time something goes down in a Southern community that is made up mostly of Black folk, there's going to be some preaching coming out, and they're going to come out from everywhere because there's nothing more that Southern and it doesn't even have to be the Black folk. There's nothing more than Southern people like, especially preachers, than all of them to get in. They don't care. You guys, they got to throw a tent up, and if you're there all damn day, everybody's preaching. That's what's happening. So anytime there's any kind of tragedy, everybody's like, got to call the pastor, got to call pastor, got to call pastor. And so all these pastors come in, which is exactly what they should do. If that's what the families want, if that's what you need to get through it, I absolutely, through some of the trauma I've been through, first person I thought of besides my mama and my family, of course, is, can you get my pastor here? I need prayer. I need a man of God here. And so, but it is what I've noticed after living all over the world and living all through many states in this beautiful country of ours, is that there's nothing like Southern folk when it comes to faith driven things, right? Their faith is really big. And y'all, please don't come at me. I understand there are some great communities in the North and everywhere else that have it too. But I'm telling you, if you've never been to the Deep South and been in any kind of tragedy, you would just understand. It's something like you've never seen before. So of course, I expect to see all these different ministers coming together, giving interviews. I see many different people in the community. They're coming out to try to organize things. None of this is very surprising to me. If you can look at my cursor now, if you look right over here in this area is where I'm fixing to go. You can see some people that are out here on this lawn. Sadly, I can tell you right now that this is the house that they're right in front of, that these murders took place in. So let me shut up just a minute, get us over there, because the end of this, I don't know who it is, whether it's family members, community members, or whatever. My heart just loved it when I saw these people gather together in prayer. It's just who I am. All right, hang on. Let me try to get us to that point, which is the end of this Facebook Live that's been live. Okay, now we're getting closer to the house. As you could see, I don't see any even police cars, so. The other one thing I want to remind you guys is right across the street from this house is a church. So of course there is, that's going to be even more room for people to come in that are of this faith and need this kind of comfort, and also looky-loos, and a lot of music will be played. I'm pretty sure it's this greenhouse right here. No, maybe it's the red one. Maybe it is this one. I think it was the red roof. All right, let's just keep going because we're actually closer to the house now. It looks like the police have all pretty much moved. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, there are police on foot out here. Okay. Okay. Hi, William. Good to see you, love bug. Hi, BJ. Good to see you. David, good to see you. Thank you guys for coming in. We're closer to the house now. I live here. There are some that have no value for life. I'm talking themselves or anyone else. Oh, William, thank you for coming in, love bug. Thank you so much. William says it's in neighborhoods like Patchwork Quilts. Wow, that is so nice of you to come in and let us know a little bit about that, about your area. I appreciate that so much. It's nice to see that because you don't see any police cars, but maybe they've moved across the street or they're parked at the church parking lot. Let's go ahead and move on a little bit. It's nice to see the police interact. I'm sure it's still a crime scene. Let's just... All right, so it is this. Hold on. I'll get closer to the house. Hold on. I could. Let me look back on the map. Ah, it is the gray. Okay, it is the gray roof, the last house. Let me come back. Let me come back. It is. This is the final house on the street right here. And it has the gray roof, not the red one. So this is the house right here. Oh, okay. Y'all, there's family members, I guess. So sad.
What I would like to see, if there were a number of community advocates over here and mental health providers, we're hoping that they can get together.
Oh, I see. I see what this is. So this is, remember I told you that there were community members that came out and did like a press conference. A lot of them were pastors, people of the community, people, different churches and things like that. They came out and did a prayer service earlier on camera, like a little presser with us. I see members of that were there at that. So this must be family members and the people who did that, and one of the pastors out there hugging people. But if this is the house, I'm wondering why the crime scene tape is taken down so quick. Let's keep listening.
And state officials, and we have things and services that are readily available for our communities in this day. Please know this.
Welcome to your how-to tutorial for Yarlap. First, take the vaginal probe.
And our city as we continue to
Y'all.
It was a God book. The Bible is a true book. It's a prophetic book. But they have not been the truth. They teach us all these years. They teach us that 1608, a man named John Philip. 1830, John Philip Conquered it. George C. Russell, John Reed, 1852. Charles Palmer, the Pentecostal Church was established in 1901.
Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, I am going to we're going to continue watching that, but I'm going to mute it. No, mute that. Okay. So it looks like community members coming together with part of the family. Also, we know some preachers are out there. This house is right across the street to a church, you guys. So I think that's where you're hearing a lot of the music and things coming out of. This happened in Shreveport. As we know, the gunman is dead. Trina, you even if I've answered it before, baby, if you got a question, you just jump right on and ask it anyways. I mean, we don't mind answer it if I can't answer it if I'm doing something else. I know people in chat have the same answers I would give you. The way it works is someone will call who did it probably tonight. So we know who did it. It's in, oh, I don't even have it pinned anymore. I thought I did still have it pinned. Let me go over to my Facebook page really quick and pin back that. You guys, his name is Shamar Elkins. Shamar Elkins. I have not done any research on him yet because I've been live since we got his name out there. His name is Shamar Elkins, once again. And let me pin this, post it again. Okay, it should be pinned at the bottom. Let me see if I can get it put. Just a second. All right, at the bottom of your screen, there should be a pinned there, but I can try to find it again. His name is Shamar Elkins. I don't mind now that he has, he is deceased and his family and everybody know now. I do not mind posting a picture of him, of course. I can't get this to pin at the top of my screen. Thank you guys so much for the hearts. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, the one that was chased to Boiser City and shot, that is him. Yes, that is the man. The greenhouse right across the street that you're seeing on your screen right now is the house where the children, I'm guessing, were killed. Don't understand. Does it have tape around it still? Let me see where you guys are at in this. I'm just shocked that there's no tape up still with that many. Oh, there is. Okay, I can see it now. It's all the way against the house. Okay, I can see it now. I just figured that the tape would be all the way out by the road. So yes, there is tape still up on this house. Thank God. Pay attention, Pima County, Arizona. Get with it. That's how real officers do things. Did I say that out loud? All right, let me pull his picture up, you guys. I will put this one on the screen because it is blurred out the children. You guys, my source is the New York Times. Let me get off this. You can zoom into it. I'm just going to sit here a minute and leave him up here. April has done some work for me. Thank you, April. He's 31-year-old Shamar Elkins, a former U.S. Army soldier. This is him. You can zoom in on it. I can try to make it as big as I can make it, but I do want to read this this post from the New York Times. You guys, thank you to, or the New York Post. Thank you so much to them. Obviously, the children in this picture are the ones that were, their lives were taken. I don't know. Oh, let's see. Shamar Elkins in a picture with his children. A photo posted to Facebook in 2023. Elkin murdered 8 kids, including 7 of his own, on Saturday night. So one of the children was not his. Let's read what the New York Post has to say, you guys. Okay. Shreveport gunman who murdered 8 kids, including 7 of his own, ID'd as Army vet Shamar Elkins, who shared a post of daughter hours before the slaughter. Oh, Lord. Oh, y'all's going to tear me up. The Louisiana gunman who murdered 8 children, including 7 of his own, before he was killed was a 31-year-old Army vet who posted a picture of himself with one of his daughters hours before Sunday's massacre. Shamar Elkins unleashed his unthinkable carnage at 3 addresses in Shreveport shortly before 6 a.m. Central Time, authorities say. The slain victims range in age from 1 to 14. There was an audible gasping as the police rep read out their ages at a press conference on Sunday. Elkins also shot 2 women in the head. Well, that's the first I've heard that. We knew that one of them was, did not know that the other one was. So he shot 2 women in the head. We know that they were at 2 different houses, with one described as being a life-threatening condition. Elkins was subsequently chased by local police who shot him dead as he drove into the neighboring Bossier City. On his Facebook page, Elkins shared a picture of him with his eldest daughter as she ate a burger Saturday, hours before the rampage. And this is what he put. This is what he did his post with. This is the caption to it. It says, "LOL, took my oldest on a little one-on-one date. Had to catch her down bad. Ugh." The killer wrote, along with a string of laughing emojis. Okay, let's reread that. And they blocked out her face, which I'm glad about. We're going to see the images soon enough. In fact, I'm not going to lie to you. The images are already out there. I'm just not going to show them on my page right now. I don't have to know somebody to respect somebody, and I respect the family, and I respect these babies, you guys. So I won't be the one posting their pictures, not yet. So he captioned this, "LOL, took my oldest on a little one-on-one date. Had to catch her down bad. Ugh, ugh." So does that mean that she had gotten in trouble? I mean, somebody who knows it kind of, listen, I don't have my kids around to discuss this with me on what this means. But did she do something wrong? They went out and had a one-on-one, a discussion with it, and then he fed her? Who knows? All right. So this says 2 weeks ago, Elkins shared a picture of himself posing with 7 children, calling them all my kids, as he described taking them to church for an Easter service. He titled this picture, or he wrote this caption, "Happy Easter, had a wonderful time at church for the first time with all my kids. What a blessed day," he wrote in a Facebook post. So these are 7 of his children right here. Obviously, the 1-year-old is not in this picture. But Elkins also hinted at mental health struggles in another recent Facebook post. where he called for God to guard his mind. He captions this right here. Dear God, today I ask you to help me guard my mind and my emotions. Read the post dated on April the 9th. When negativity arises, remind me to say, it does not belong to me in the name of Jesus, he said. When depression tries to settle in, when anger arises, when anxiety and panic come, give me the awareness to recognize what is not from you and the strength to reject it immediately in the name of Jesus, he wrote. The mass murderer's wife previously shared a picture of Elkins in the Army uniform in 2016 as she awaited his return from active service. Oh my God, look at this door, you guys. Stop it. I didn't know this was on here. But listen, we're an adult channel. Obviously, I'm covering true crime. You're going to see, and I'm going to see. And I don't give out trigger warnings. You see the title. I'm not tricking anybody. If it says something to do with true crime, you may or may not hear something that you don't want to hear. You may or may not see something that you may not want to see. Tread lightly. Been waiting for you 5 more days, and you all minds. Damn, baby, you got to fatten. I got to fatten you up. She wrote at the time. So I guess the picture that we see here is his wife posting this picture of him in 2026 in his military uniform. Blood spattered on the door of one of those houses where Elkins went on a shooting rampage. Now I can tell you what house it is because it's a greenhouse. This, and you can see all of the tape across the door. Fingerprints. Terrible. This is the greenhouse. This is where we spent the most time today. It's not the house on Harrison Street. This is the house on 79th Street, you guys. Another picture. Police at the crime scene mass in Shreveport. Like I said, this is the greenhouse, not the one where the first guy came out. Oh, it's terrible. Police entering the house during the investigation into the shooting. 355. Yep. Another home where Elkin opened fire. Well, I hate to tell you, listen, New York Post, I will go ahead and tell you that these are all the same home, Love Bug. Except for this right here. This street right here. This street right here is not the same street as the greenhouse. I don't think, because here's the church. I don't think the church looked like that, but it could just be coming from a different angle with the police tape over there. This might still be. Anyways, all the houses with the green on them were where the children were at. Same place. In March 2019, 3 years after completing his service, Elkins was arrested. Here we go. On charge of illegal use of weapons and carrying a firearm on school property. He was just 300 away from Shreveport High School when he fired 5 rounds at a car. Precisely in the direction of the school as it sped away, according to the police report obtained by this outlet. He pled guilty to illegal weapons charge in October 2019 and was placed on probation for 18 months. The firearm charge was dismissed. Wow. So you can carry a firearm around a school, shoot into a car, and then you get on probation, it's dismissed, and then here we are how many years later, and you've blown your whole family up. Sunday shooting is now being handled by Louisiana State Police as it crosses parish boundaries. People are leaving flowers at the scene. I'm just surprised that they get that close to the house. Okay, this is on 79th Street. This is where I talked about where people were gathered and they, even the they had a place for the media not to cross this line as well. I'm guessing these are people from the community. Local gathered at Linwood Avenue and 79th near the scene of the shooting. Shreveport councilwoman Tabitha Taylor hugging a woman at the crime scene. She also was in that little presser that they had across the street with earlier today with a minister. Locals consoling each other near the scene of the mass shooting. We don't know if any of these people are family members at all. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry said he and First Lady Sharon were heartbroken over events. You guys, I have read all of this already. The rest of this was released then. So there you go. I'm going to leave the picture up just for a few more minutes. I closer up one of his. All of the children's faces have been blocked out. They're online, not hard to find them at all. Out of respect for these babies and family members, I'm not going to show their faces right now. A child's face is a child's face, no matter what color, what age, whatever. All I see is innocence. So I don't have to see their faces. I look at their little hands. I look at those little feet. This little guy right here has just got one sock on and one sock off. This one does her own nails. I could tell it. I got grandkids this age, and believe me, I recognize the whole nail thing going on with girls. I mean, these are just children. Who cares what their faces look like? This little guy's in diapers still. Who cares? Like this guy's over here wearing his little G.I. Joe army stuff, right? Little one with her hair pulled up on her head. Y'all, these are just babies. It doesn't matter what color, what age, what nothing. Why do we need to see a face? Look at their little arms. These hands that will never hold a lollipop anymore. These arms that will never hug their mom ever again. Or touch each other side by side like this or take a picture. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So for me, I don't have to put out pictures of their faces right now. That will be done later. But this dude right here, I'm sorry. You may have some depression and anxiety, but guess what? I do too. I take medication for it and I don't go killing my family. I don't pray to Jesus and then ignore. Because it's not God's will that these babies are dead today. That was your will. So don't blame it on the demons in your closet, dude. You were in the military. Yes, you may have some PTSD from that. I don't know your story. But I refuse to make this right here about two things. I refuse. Do you understand me? Now, you guys are welcome to put anything in chat you want to, as long as you're respectful to each other. You don't have to agree with me, nothing. But I will not consider the thought for 1 second that this had anything to do with mental health. He was with mental health as in he was psychotic. He went on a psychotic rampage. This, that, the other. No. Am I saying that he didn't deal with some sort of depression and anxiety, maybe even some PTSD from the military or from his childhood? Yes, but he knows right from wrong enough to pray. He knew how to get from one house to the other. He knew to, I'm sorry, there's too much here to say he's not insane and he didn't have a psychotic episode. At some point, he had to reload the gun. There's at least 10 shots that have been fired. So I won't do that. The other thing I will not entertain for myself, you guys can talk about it in chat all you want to, as long as you're respectful of each other, is this isn't about gun violence and gun control. Understand this. Hear me. If we take away guns from our country, who's going to be the ones to own guns? Not me anymore. Why would that be? Oh, that's right, because I'm not a criminal and I carry legally. So it won't be me owning the gun because obviously that's not my problem, to have to worry about me being the one out there killing people. It's going to be this dude right here. You see, the ones that cannot get a permit. It's going to be not only him, it's going to be every thug on the fucking street. It's going to be every gang member, every Brian Koberger, every Letitia Stout, every Jody Arias. Those people are going to be the ones having guns. The rest of us who are going to keep our guns are going to be hiding our guns. You don't have problems out of people who legally obtain a firearm, permits. You don't have, let's just say there's not that very many of them. Whenever you consider or bring up statistics about murders and violence in my country, in the US, there's not many that you hear of that is like from someone who is carrying a weapon illegally. Most of our violence come from people who we want to make excuses for. I'm not willing to do it. You can make all the laws you want to make about guns and it's going to save a life. Get them out of here. It might have saved all these kids' lives. You go ahead and think like that. Because if this dude was coming into your house when he was having that problem and he was going at your children, you will pray to God like you've never prayed to him before, that there's a weapon in your house that you could take him out before 20 years. So y'all are welcome to think the answer is gun control. Go ahead. Murder, that's a crime. Has it ever stopped anybody from killing anybody that wanted to kill someone? No. Do I think that we should have laws? Absolutely. We have laws so that we can prosecute, hopefully, and put people like this away. But does everybody out there follow the laws? No. Because they take away guns. If that, you want to do that, you've just opened up yourself and everybody around you for even more violence, because these fuckers that are out there just shooting up cars, shooting up schools, shooting up houses, shooting up people walking down the street are still going to have their weapons. It's just going to be people like you and me that have a conceal and carry or an open carry that's in that 7-Eleven when somebody comes in with a gun and tries to rob the store and end up in a killing spree. It's people like, thank God I've never had to do it, but it's people like me who have a carry license that have stopped a lot more people from being killed. So go ahead and take the guns if that's what you think that will solve all of this. Take the guns out of the people's hands, because you'll never get it out of their hands. Never. Drugs are illegal. They're coming in, we can't even count, every day. A law has never stopped anybody from doing whatever they want to do, except for keeping those people that are honest people that try to walk the line, have a simple life, just want to be left alone. They will obey the law. Those people, you're taking every protection away from those people. And these derelicts out here that don't give a damn, they're going to do what they want to do, when they want to do, how they want to do it. You just put all the power into their hands. Think about that. Think about that. All right. I'm going to leave this up just for a second. I need to pee. Y'all got to pee. We can look at this just for a few minutes. You guys can talk and chat. Like I said, you never have to agree with not a thing I have to say. Just we're going to be respectful of each other's opinions. We're going to be respectful of each other having the right to have an opinion. I don't have to respect your opinion, and you don't have to respect mine. but we're not going to sit here and bash each other over it. We're just not. We're just not. And call names and be hateful to each other. Listen, if anybody in this chat's like, oh, Lainey, you're crazy, like I lost my this or that person to gun violence, I want all the guns gone. You think that way all you want to. I'm not here to change your mind about it. I'm just trying to get you to see my point of view of it, which is I'm legal to carry. And if the police come and say to me, Lee, like, you know, we don't do that no more. Like, you're going to have to give up your weapons. I'm probably going to break the law to begin with because there will always be a weapon somewhere around me so that I can protect my family. But maybe a lot of people will give up their guns. At that point, you have put many more lives into the hands of criminals. And that's all I'm trying to get you to see is that, yes, you may have a great argument over why guns and things should not be legal in our country. Well, if you want the criminals to take over, you know, go ahead and do that. All right, let's do this. I think he's been up there long enough. We've given him enough airtime. God bless those babies. Let me get out of that. That's me. I can get out of that. That's old Brian. Let's see. If Brian has put anything else out. Now that we're looking closer at the house, now I can see there is no tape on this house. That's just odd to me. I can still see placards up on the roof up there. There's a placard. Let me show you. Look at this. So, well, I guess it's been over 12 hours, right? 10 hours. Let's see. What am I watching? This one? Yes. So let me show you guys this. You can zoom in what I'm talking about. So they're clearly standing out in front of the house. Let me back it up a little bit. If you could see my cursor right here on this roof, it looks like an evidence placard. We'll get closer to it. There is no tape left up, so they have finished. House has already been turned back over. Let me get to where you could see the roof a little bit better. So if you see right here, it looks like a yellow placard is still up on this house. I'm just going to leave it sit right there a minute. Let me, while we're looking at that, let me look up this really quick. See what we know. See what we know. No, not that. Nope, not that. Okay, let me look over here then. Hold on, give me just a second, guys. Give me just a second. What is it? That is okay. All right. Let me. Okay. All right. I don't have anything there. Let me see if I can. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find anything that I can find that's out right now. Any new news? New news. New news. Okay. Let's see if this has anything. Sorry, guys. Give me a minute here. Nope. I know that already. From 6 hours ago. KSLA put this out 55 minutes ago. And I think it's just all right, let's watch this one together. This is only. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys hear something in the background? My husband's in his office on a Zoom call. All right, I know I got to go pee, Possum. Thank you guys for remembering that I got to pee. I'm trying to put something on that you guys can watch while I'm doing my business. But I'm probably going to pee myself. It's just the way it goes. Can't help it. All right, let me put this on. Make sure you guys can see it. Watch your volume, you guys. I can't control yours. I can only control it from here.
Grainger offers professional grade products, easy ordering, and next day delivery, making them the
Yes,
go-to
guys.
play for everyone
They
keeping
don't belong to
arenas
me.
game day ready. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks, Granger.
All right, everyone. This is Rachel Thomas with KSLA News 12. We're coming to you with some breaking news this morning, some very serious breaking news that has just happened in Shreveport. We are told by police that
Okay, this obviously is starting from, this was released 55 minutes ago, so maybe they've added to it, but this is the beginning of it. I'm going to let it play through because I have got to pee really bad. I'm going to miss it. I'm fucking miss the toilet. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. And then I'm going to grab a smoke. All right, so let's just listen in on this. If you guys don't want to hear it, get down here and chat. Tell us what you think about this case. Prayers out to the two women that are hopefully still fighting the good fight for their life, and prayers to the family, whoever they may be, of these eight babies. You keep, let that sink in. 8.
in what started as a domestic dispute on West 79th Street. So you can see here on the Caddo 911 page, at least almost 30 units there at West 79th Street. We're told by police that the children range in ages from as young as 18 months old to 15 years old. Now, police are telling us that this started as a domestic dispute, and then the suspect tried to get away from the home and carjacked a vehicle nearby and drove into Bossier City. And over in Bossier City, that is where police were able to locate him, I believe in an apartment complex somewhere off of Shed Road. And we are told the suspect has also been shot dead. So in total, we're hearing that 10 people were shot. 2 women are reportedly alive. They were shot but are alive. We don't really know the extent of their injuries just yet. We do have multiple reporters on the scene of the initial incident on West 79th. We've got Jalea Daughtry out there. We've got Andrew Wellman on his way to the scene in Bossier City where police encountered the suspect. We're waiting for Andrew to get out there. He should be out there any minute now. And then we'll get with him to get a look at the scene. Jalea and Peyton have been live on Facebook all morning. So again, if you're just joining us, we have some very sad breaking news this morning. 8 children shot dead in a domestic dispute, ranging in ages from 18 months to 15 years old, is what police are telling us. We don't have a lot of details yet about what led up to this. We don't have the name of the suspect yet, but we do know that he tried to get away from the house after the shooting by carjacking someone nearby and then driving over into Bossier City, which is where police caught up with him and had some kind of encounter with him and wound up shooting him dead as well. We're not sure yet what the suspect's name is. Again, we don't know exactly what happened in this confrontation with police, but we do know that 8 children are dead in this domestic incident. At least it looks like we've got 10 people total who have been shot. 2 women appear to be alive at this point. We don't know how serious their injuries are, but we do know they were shot as well. We're waiting for Andrew to get on scene. Andrew Wellman, our reporter, he's headed to the scene where police had a confrontation with this suspect and wound up shooting him dead. We've also got Jalea Daughtry out on the scene where this initially happened on West 79th Street. So we have a couple of reporters on this. We've got the whole team making phone calls, trying to get more information about this. We should have Andrew live shortly. So we're going to take a quick break and we will come back with more shortly.
Okay, guys, I got the pee part done of that. Did not pee myself, which is shocker. Anyways, I'm going to fast forward this a little bit. Like I said, you guys, this is just in KSLA News 12. I think they're using Facebook to go live on this. And so that's what you're seeing on here. This is early on today. They're just reporting things as they're coming up. Of course, some things are reported wrong. That's why I like to wait. Some things we do get wrong, you know, but we're doing the best we can. So this is
Understand how severe this situation is.
Let me shut up.
But we're transported to the hospital. It's a lot that we're trying to do behind the scenes so you all can be first alert. So we just want to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Like I said, if we go mute again, we're having some family conversations out here. I don't feel like that's appropriate for our social media, just to be respectful of the family. This is a tough time, but what we can say is we are on Linwood Avenue in the 7800th block, right off of West 79th, where we can confirm 8 children are dead, the youngest being 18 months old. We don't know the full ages. We just know the youngest is 18 months old, and we have multiple crime scenes, 2 in Shreveport, 1 in Bossier. That was a lot of information I just threw at you guys. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop that in the chat. We are still working to get you all the first alert with everything happening. Police got here early this morning. We had an early morning show. As soon as our KSLA's weekend anchor, Peyton Manuel, heard about the situation, she came out here and she hopped straight on Facebook Live with little information. Peyton has been here all morning. We have KSLA's Andrew Wellman going to Bossier, where that suspect, we can confirm, is deceased in Bossier. We spoke with Bossier police that told us it was a high-speed chase going from Shreveport to Bossier. We don't know the details about that. We only can confirm that a suspect is dead, according to Bossier City Police, and Louisiana State Police are investigating that high-speed chase leading into Bossier. You guys, if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Like I said, we're still working to see if a connection. We're working to see a motive, identities, ages, everything like that. What we can confirm right now is that it was a shooting in the early morning hours of today, early Sunday morning, and that we can confirm 8 children are dead. The youngest is 18 months old. 2 women have been taken to the hospital. We're unsure of their condition at the moment. We're not sure of any connection between the children, the 2 women, or the suspect at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of speculation on social media. I'm going to wait until we hear that from Shreveport Police. I would rather tell you all something right than to get it wrong and have to correct myself later.
You guys, I just thought about something, and I am going to smoke my cigarette. My beefcake made some, y'all, it's cold in Indiana today. He made some beef and cabbage stew, and I'm super excited to dig into that for a minute as well. But I just thought about something, you guys. So I was thinking, all right, this happened at 2 different houses. Obviously, confrontation or something happened within himself or with these 2 women, or so, I don't know. But both of the women we know now were shot in the head. Obviously, neither one can talk. All of the children are dead. Obviously, none can talk. The perpetrator is dead. Obviously, he cannot talk, right? So that leaves the teenager who went to the hospital with a broken leg, which I read earlier. I can't confirm it, so I'm just letting you know I read it somewhere. I tried to confirm it. Then when I went back to it, I couldn't find where I found it, but that's just how my brain's working right now as I'm working on this case right alongside you guys here. So my guess is that the kid was, what I read was he was on the roof. I guess he broke his leg when he jumped off the roof. That's just a guess. I don't know that. But what I'm saying is if that's in fact true, and we do know that a teenager was taken to the hospital for an injured leg, he is the only witness to all of this. Can you imagine? I don't want to forget about him. I don't want to forget that however old this person is that lived is going to be the one carrying this. Obviously, he knows. Obviously, he's the only one that's going to be able to talk. Obviously, he's probably with investigators right now, the key witness as to what went down, why did it go down, how it went down. And right now, he is the only conscious victim. He is very much a victim of this, as even the deceased. And sadly, he must be young. They said he was a teenager. He's going to prayerfully have a long life, and prayerfully he gets all the support and help that he needs, because he's going to need it, you guys. This is, I don't know, I was just listening to this woman talk, and I thought, well, who's the one? How did we know? How do we know what house he started at? Where? And then I remembered the teenager. So this is the kid that's having to put it all out there. And oh my gosh, that poor boy or girl, whoever it was, my heart goes out to them right now. And so when you guys pray, please pray for can you imagine what he saw, heard, and then has to talk about? Lizzo says, let me go a little bit further up to my last thing I put. Mary Jane Doe, hey girl, says, bless these babies. Rhonda, what state? Thank you, Mary Jane, for putting that in there. Lizzo says his mom is getting a lot of hate. I can't imagine what she's going through, losing 8 grandkids. It's heartbreaking. Okay, thank you for putting that in there. I did not even think of extended family like that. We know that family was out at the scene earlier today. That's what they're talking about there. And listen, bless the whole family. Everybody involved in this. It's a shame, but no, I've got 10 grandkids, and I cannot imagine her having to sit there. Now, we did read something earlier that only 7 of the 8 were biologically his, but I mean, it's still early until I think tomorrow morning's brief presser is going to give us what we really need to hear. We're all rushing to cover up our plants outside. Oh, you're freezing there too? Yeah, it's cold here. It's so cold. MJD says, according to preliminary parts regarding the mass shooting, a teenager who survived the incident suffered injuries that included a broken leg. Okay, I knew I had read it. I just can't remember reading it because usually I don't go live as things are unfolding. Usually I do all my research. I have it all written down. I've got it all. I know names. I know pictures. I know dates, times, places. I've got all the Google work done. I've got the maps done. But this unfolded right here with us. So we're having to go through this together. Lizzo says one of the kids was a family friend. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to put this back up on the screen. Yes, this was done many hours ago when it just started first unfolding. But it kind of, I think it's good to watch stuff like that too, even though it's old news. You can determine like why people shouldn't just go out there. I really like how this is early on, and the lady says, I'm not going to release the name or film any of the family members out of respect. I mean, because there's a lot of people that don't give a damn about that respect, y'all. They just want money, views, and clicks. So kudos to this channel for that. Rose says, what does God do with this evil in the afterlife with those children? I'm so upset. God, please help us. We talked about that once on one of my lives, and I won't go into a lot of it here, but these children are in the in my view, these children are in the presence of God. They're in paradise. They don't remember any of the evil that ever happened to them on earth at any point. Anything the Bible says, if you're a believer, then you believe in the Bible. And there's a scripture in the Bible that says that all tears will be wiped away. All tears will be wiped away. So I don't believe until the day of reckoning, the day of where we, judgment, that there's any tears in heaven. So in order for there not to be any tears in heaven, you cannot believe, or you cannot I believe that you cannot remember things. Like I don't like the saying, and this is just for me, that my mama who's in heaven and my sister who's in heaven are watching down on me. I'm just like, no, they're not. They're in the presence of God. They're at peace. They're happier than they would ever know, because of my mother and my sister watched the grief and the total down spiral that their deaths took me to. My mother would never stop crying, ever. And so I don't believe that my sister and my mom are watching me. And I don't want them to. But I do know that I do believe that my mom knows that she has a Leany Bug here, and her other 2 children that are here. And I know that my sister knows that we're here. And I really believe that they remember happy times and that they're laughing, and that every bad thing, every scary thing, every fearful, anything that would bring an emotion other than pure tranquility and happiness, they don't know about. And I have to believe that. And I do believe that because the Bible specifically says there's no tears in heaven. Elizabeth Baldwin, hello, says you hope. Well, that is my hope. That's what faith is. faith is the substance of things that that can't be seen, and that you just have hope in them. So it is my hope. My hope is in God. Absolutely. Oh, Rose, you're welcome, honey. I hope that does help some people. Crystal says, hey guys, been a bit again. Glad to see you here for a bit today. I'm trying to catch up on the comments. Didn't know any of this. Thank you, Lena. You're welcome. Crystal, I'm fixing to turn this back on. This was filmed earlier in the day when the news all first started breaking. So it's not going to take long at all for you to catch up. And I appreciate seeing you again. And I appreciate you being here. All right, I'm going to get back into this because y'all need to get some of that stew now. Thank y'all so much. Will you double tap your screen for me? Let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going. I will shut up. Where am I at? This one. This one.
Thank you so much, Chis. I truly appreciate it. Kat, we do not know. We don't know the relation to the shooter and the children and the women. We are unsure at the moment. I'm gonna kind of let you all see. Shreveport Police are investigating. Corporal Chris Borderline is the PIO. That's the person who gives us all the updates for everything Shreveport Police. If you can see, guys, as soon as he's walking this way, we'll have to go back on mute because some stuff we can confirm, some stuff we cannot. But as soon as he comes this way, you guys, he said he's going to give us some more information to keep you all first alert with everything going on. 8 kids, yes, 8 children are deceased after a shooting on Linwood Avenue right off West 79th in Shreveport. 2 women were taken to the hospital. We're not sure of their condition at the moment, but we're still waiting for Shreveport Police to give us an update on the women, any identities, everything like that, guys.
No. That's not. But the apple would be that's not. No, that's not. No. I don't know anyone here. I'm Shannon.
Y'all, when the sound goes out, it is not me. It is them. Maybe they hear people like family talking in the background and things like that. So we'll fast forward it just a little bit.
Shoot himself. Police shot the suspect.
Hold on. I want to rewind that a little bit. All right. It'll come back on in just a second.
All right, folks. Julia Daughtry is out there live right now at the scene of this mass shooting in Shreveport Cedar Grove area. This is over near the intersection of Linwood Avenue and 79th Street. Police tell us at about 9:30 this morning, there was some sort of...
Hey, you guys, this is Peyton Manuel with KSLA News 12, just hopping on here for a second, just to answer a couple questions. I just saw the suspect did not shoot himself. Police shot the suspect in Bossier. That suspect is deceased. Yeah, we're hearing that the victims range from 18 months to around 13 or 14 years old. That's what Shreveport Police said. The youngest does go as young as 18 months old.
Okay, folks, that was Peyton Manuel, one of our reporters, just hopping on real quick, letting y'all know that the suspect who reportedly was involved, we're told he did not shoot himself. Oh, and here's Corporal Chris Bordelon with Shreveport Police.
In the 300 block of West 79.
case has turned into a very extensive investigation. We have 4 significant crime scenes, 2 of which here in the 300 block of West 79, 1 on Harrison Street, and 1 in Bossier Parish. The initial indications this is a domestic incident. Responding officers came to the 300 block of West 79, at which time they discovered a large crime scene. Residents in this location had 8 deceased juveniles. These juveniles range in age from 1 to about 13 or 14 years of age. Officers then learned that the suspect in that case performed a carjacking right here near West 70th and Lemley, at which point in time, one of our SPD DWI officers observed the vehicle, attempted to conduct a traffic stop. That resulted in a chase into Bossier Parish. At which point in time, the individual exited the vehicle. Our officers did discharge the weapons, resulting in the death of the offender. At this point in time, that case is being investigated by the Louisiana State Police. So we don't have any more information about the shooting of any individual. However, what we know here at 70th Street is that this is a domestic incident. We believe the offender in this case did, in this case, execute some of his own children. Exact relationships. We do know that there is 2 adult females that were shot, one of which was in a romantic relationship of some kind. So we're going to determine if that is a wife or what that relationship is. Once we have everything, individuals there, we can determine the exact age of the children. The way that we can describe these scenes is really unlike anything we've ever seen. And there is very we're seeing most of our officers.
You guys, I know that's really hard to understand. Obviously, nobody was prepared in the right way to mic him up or whatever. So it's really hard to understand. I get that. There are new people that came in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go ahead and play what I heard this morning that made me come on. It gives a little bit of background, what drew me to this right away. It made me come on here and start doing research with the rest of you guys. And that is Brian Enton. I received a alert that he had put something out on his YouTube channel. So we're going to go ahead and play that. You're going to hear the very first thing that I heard, and my whole, oh my goodness, oh my God, what is going on here, that made me go live and start researching this with you, because it's horrific. It is horrific. All right, let me make sure Brian is, shout out to our sweet Brian. Listen to this, you guys. This kind of gives the background of what happened first early hours of the morning before we even understood what was going on. Oh, where can I get his, why is it?
Shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, story in Shreveport, Louisiana, where 8 children were shot and killed. According to the police chief there in Shreveport, there was the shooting. 8 kids are dead. It occurred early this morning, today's Sunday, and the children were killed. The children that were killed ranged in age from 1 to 14 years old. There were also 2 other people who were injured, including one who was shot inside of a house. There's still a lot of details coming in, but they believe that the suspect was the only individual who fired shots that resulted in all of these kids being killed. So one suspect, and according to police, the latest here is that the suspect stole a car and then went on the run after he shot all of the victims, was chased by police officers into Bossier Parish, I think that's how you say it, where the police ended up shooting and killing the suspect. So just awful story. They have not determined the motive at this point, but there are 8 children who lost their lives. Hey guys, so there's just an awful story in Shreveport.
All right, so there's what started all this. When I said, oh my God, terrible. Yes, Mary Jane Doe. I can't believe I'm eating, but I haven't eaten since yesterday, y'all. And I'm on prednisone. Telling you I'm starving. All right, I want now to bring up, let me remove old sweet lips here, pretty eyes. let me bring up the Google Maps. I want to show you exactly where it's at. Took us about an hour to figure it out. Shout out to Lizzo for finding the addresses for me, and a couple of other people in chat who have helped me. Okay, a couple other people in chat who have been giving me information as well, as we were live, and it was all unfolding right in front of us. So big hugs to all of you who have jumped in here to help me cover this. All right, let's bring up the map. We got, Lizzo ended up with the addresses about an hour after we went live. Let me make sure that, okay, so you're gonna have to just watch my cursor, zoom in a little bit, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about. All right, so the very first thing that we got was that I found a live on it coming out of Shreveport. And right away, I noticed that that they set a staging area right here in this parking lot. And the only reason I knew that is just because we had heard that it was on 79th Street. So just looking at what I was watching live, you know, you can pick out deets, right? You can pick out details and kind of, well, they ended up having one of their command center big old buses that the police brought in, and they parked it right here to keep the media from being able to take pictures well many hours after this tragedy took place, somewhere right between the 5 and 6 o'clock hour early this morning Central Time. So that was parked here. We knew it was on 79th Street, so we found 79th Street. We knew we were right here. Then we heard it was the 300 block. For those of you that don't understand a block, even a lot of people in the United States will call it an avenue, a street, a block. Depends on where you grew up. Where I grew up, it was always a block. And you could see what we mean by block. It looks just like a completely blocked off area, right? So we knew this was the 300 block. How you know? You zoom in and you look at the houses, like this one here, for instance, says a 354, 356, 362. So even though this is on another street, let me zoom back out. This is still the whole 300 block that they're talking about. So we knew we had the block. We knew we had the street. So now we know that one of the crimes took place right here in this area. So that's only, this person would not be, this is in the 300 block supposedly, but whichever way your driveway is facing to, that's the street, that's your mailing address street. So I didn't ever think it was this person because they're not on 79th Street, even though their property backs up to it. This is their street address. So that's not it. So we counted this one that doesn't even look like a house, but could be. This does not look like a house, but could be. And then of these three, and this one right here says something about being a school. Little schoolhouse is what it's called. Don't know what that means. But I don't know actually what its address would be, whether it would be on Linwood, which is this street, or 79th here, because it's got both of its driveway goes straight through. All right, so now we're in the right area. So it's somewhere between 335 and 363 here. Lizzo is actually the one that came up with the address for me. And we know that the deceased 8 babies, follow my cursor, we're right here in this home. This is a home that one of the women who is believed to be his wife and the mother of his children was in this house. Okay, this is where we know that we know for sure the kids, the deceased, were all in here. Okay, we also know for sure that at least one of the 2 women were shot in here. Last update that we got on the women is that they were in serious condition, with both having shotgun wounds to the head. Not shotgun. I don't know if he used a shotgun. They had gunshot wounds to the head. Another thing that we found out is that there's a teenager with a broken leg. And I read somewhere that it was reported that the reason why he had a broken leg, thank God he survived to tell it, because he ended up on the roof. Now, I don't know if he was on the roof because he was trying to run from what I take to be his father, or I don't know. We know 7 of the kids were the perpetrator's own children. The 8th is said now that it was a neighborhood child, but there was a teenager that also went to the hospital with a broken leg and some injuries that were not life-threatening. So obviously he was not shot. I had read early on that he was actually on the roof. So y'all, that is the only eyewitness right now that is living to tell anything. All right, so let's back this up a little bit. I want to show you right now that we've got 3, right now we're into the point where they're saying that there are 3 different crime scenes that are being investigated. 2 houses, 1 each that had a woman living in them. Both of those women shot in the head. They were still alive, and they were taken to the hospital. And then one of the houses had the children in it that were killed. All right, so we got all that figured out. And the 3rd crime scene that they are investigating would be right here on this corner. If you could follow my cursor, it's right in the center of your screen. This street right here is called Linwood. This big street here. It's a thoroughway, so you would not have to stop either way. You just keep going. This street obviously is 79th Street. I forget what this one is, but these obviously have a stop sign. So this is where they're saying that the car was hijacked from. After he shot, we've heard 2 different reports now that it started over here on 79th Street, and then it ended over here on Harrison Street, which is where it is believed that was where his girlfriend lived, and his wife lived over here on 79th. Anyways, after, I believe that it started over here because it said after he shot the woman on Harrison Street, the shooting continued over to this house where he ended up shooting his wife and all of the children. And then he left there. He went to the corner of, or the intersection, it says, of 79th and Linwood, where he hijacked a car at gunpoint. So I don't know, this is 79th. So maybe the car was here. Maybe I would think that he just flagged it down in the road, came around at gunpoint, told him to get out. The guy got out, thank God, and then he drove off. A police chase ensued, you guys. He traveled, I don't know how far because I don't have it on the map yet. I haven't mapped it out, into another city named Bossier City, where he was cornered, I think, because it looks like it is we brought it up. The house is beautiful. It looks like a elite kind of neighborhood, or an upper scale kind of neighborhood. And I think he just turned on the wrong street, which happened to be a cul-de-sac, and drew fire, and the police drew fire. And we know that at least 3 officers shot their guns, and one of them, or at least one of them, shot the perpetrator dead. That over there, where the perpetrator died on that cul-de-sac in Bossier, would be the 4th crime scene that they're investigating. Now, we do know that earlier today, there was crime scene tape that was blocking this street off here, and a police car on this side over here blocking this part of the street off, and obviously the house over here, which I'm fixing to show you, where it is believed that his girlfriend lived, was taped off as well. All right, so I just want to show you the distance between the 2 shooting houses. So if you could follow my cursor, right here is, like I said, where we think it is his wife and 7 of his children, and what is being reported as a neighbor child or a friend of the family. Right here in this little intersection is where he hijacked a car at gunpoint. And then right here, it is in the 500 block. Remember, I told you how our blocks look. So we know this is the 500 block because of, these are all the 5s, these are the 4, this stops this block. This house right here that is covered in trees, so it's hard to see. It had a red truck. It's it's barely visible right there because of the pixelating down close. This is where it is believed that his girlfriend lived and where the very first where this whole crime started was in right here at this house. As far as shooting, anything physical like that, we know started here. Then somehow which isn't that far, you guys, let me back out just a little bit. I just don't see him being that cool and walking down the street like this and then like this. I think he's going behind houses. There's no gates here. You guys can just run over here, get here quicker. It makes sense. It's less time, and he's may have blood on him already. He's carrying a weapon. Obviously, we don't know what type now. He got over here. This is where, like I said, we think that it is his wife. We know it's another woman with 7 of his children, 1 child, family member, and then he leaves here, goes out here somewhere, hijacks a car, takes off, and then ends up in Bossier City, where he pulls into a cul-de-sac in an affluent neighborhood and is shot and killed from the police. MJ, you're a day late, $1 short. But I'll go ahead and pin that. Thank you, MJ. Yeah, so there's a domestic violence dropped drastically in the States when with legal weed. Well, I don't know that to be sure, but I'll take your word for it. I don't know. I don't know what the statistics are on that. Sounds like it happened really pretty fluidly. Yeah, and it's still ongoing. It's just, that child. It makes me so sad. The one that went into the hospital for the broken leg or whatever, all the stuff he had to have seen, heard. Oh, terrible. Running away from a madman. And it could have been his dad. We don't know. Patrick says, there's a shooting by my house right now. Wow, Patrick, be safe, be careful. And I appreciate you for being here. All right, so I'm going to take this off the screen. I'll keep that close by. Let's go ahead and listen back to early morning, what was going on early this morning to make us tune in. And I know you can't really hear a lot of the outside stuff that's going on. The POI, which is the PIO. Anyways, it's the dude that works at the police department that gives out all of the information, which I dig when they have one of those, because listen, Sheriff Nanos is driving me crazy. No motive yet, you guys. All right. Thank you so much, Crystal. Thank you, anybody that is helping out in chat and answering questions, because I'm still like in the background pulling up stuff while trying to eat this cold, delicious stew. All right, let's share this. Go back into this right here. This is early reporting from Shreveport. And this is KSLA 12 News, but also people, they're also using their Facebook page to do a lot of the reporting and do the live from as well. So we're listening to this right now. There's only like 10 minutes left on this one, I think. Here we are.
Sure, that's the reason to say Lisa's case. However, we do want to reiterate that this is not a public safety threat right now. The individual that committed this heinous act is dead. We're proud of the manner in which our officers handled that situation. And it just really, our heart goes out to all the families involved in this.
So LSP is involved in
Yes, we are. Louisiana State Police is only investigating the aspect of the officer-involved shooting. That's standard procedure. Anytime our officers discharge our fire, we're going to blame an outside agency, even though there's no suspected wrongdoing on our part at this point in time. That's just our standard operating procedure for transparency. That's something that the citizens asked for several years ago. We're happy to comply with that. But at this point in time, questions. it's Shreveport police officer.
Oh,
Can you describe the
but you
sequence
do
for
believe
me?
there's just one assailant suspect?
Yes, there's just one offender in this case. He committed these actions. They were working. We believe there was possibly multiple firearms. He had was killed. He was shot. He was shot. Special location. One of them is incredibly useful. It's going to take several.
Y'all aren't saying a name or age of the suspect, and also is it a Shreveport?
I do believe he lived in Shreveport. We know him. We know who it is. We do release him in Shreveport. However, we still need to make sure, because there's family members involved here, that we don't release his name before all of next of kin. So, that's the reason we're not releasing the name. It's not out of an abundance of caution for the investigation, more so we can notify all the individuals who are family members to the victims in this case.
And who lived in that house again? Who was it? The suspect, or how was the connection to that house? What was the connection?
I know some of the suspects showed up. I'm not sure if we know. We're working to put all of that together right now, because between the house on Harrison Street and these residences here, we know he had ties to both residences, whether that was romantic relationships or kin. We're working to put all that information together.
But the two adult women, there was an adult woman who lived there, and then an adult woman who lived in that house over there.
Yes.
And they both had some type of connection to him.
Yes. Yes. I know one of them at least was romantically involved.
What about the update, the status of the two women that were taken to the hospital?
I know one of them is like seeing this large, this many locations, it spreads our resources. So there's still aspects of this that are gathering information. So information is preliminary. It may change. That's why I'm not using exact ages, because at this point in time we're not entirely sure. But we know that there are children, very small children, some of them are
And the woman who got shot on Harrison, she's the one with the life-threatening conditions.
But that's a residence, not a business. I see a sign there. Is that
No,
related to something?
the house behind us, that you see, the gray house,
Right.
is the house in which 7 children were located inside the deceased. There was an additional deceased child that tried to escape from residence. And he was found shot as well. And so it is a very disturbing scene. I can't stress that enough. The officers working at the scene.
You said the one child who was shot. There was one child found shot in the Brown house.
So that the Brown house is where she was able to get that's how SBA was done. Around late 5 o'clock hour, 6
So the sequence of events, getting back to what were you ordered first, and there was someone wanted by this call, or
So our initial call for service was a shooting in the 300 block of West Side Lane. Officer responded. The shooting. And when they got here is when they discovered a scene. It's all victim of the Brown house. This time they realized the next door residence was a much larger scene for the shooting. And that's when they determined there were several individuals deceased inside of the residence. At which point in time, the regulation just got back in information was delivered to our officers on patrol. One of our TWI officers was aware of what was going on and saw the call. He did not know the extent of the shooting. He just knew that and they ensued pursuit to the letter of motion, which point in time the neighborhood exit the vehicle and a shooting occurred in which this being killed individual fall So that is the initial indication that we have. Bear with us, some of those things may not be chronologically perfectly correct. While backing track, while we responded to that shooting, we were made aware of other shooting in Harrison. And this was a very chaotic scene, and our officers did a tremendous job locating the scenes, locating the victims, getting the victims to the hospital that they could, and trying to bring them to juveniles.
Guys, give me, I want to bring this up really quick. There's some other stuff coming out, other people talking, some neighbors that are talking, and I want to bring them up really quick and let you guys see what they had to say. This is KSLA. Neighbors describe chaos as police mass shooting suspect killed behind their homes. So this is in the Boise area where I said that he turned on, it looks like a cul-de-sac to me, and that's how they were able to catch him because it was a high-speed chase. Let's bring this one up right now. See what they have to say about what happened in, oh, I was hoping that there was a video, but there's not. It's okay. I'll still bring it up. The other thing I've got, it's videoed, so we can continue to listen to that. There's got to be a better way of listening to him. The one that we had earlier wasn't that bad. All right, so I'm just gonna read this to you because I thought that it was on video, but it looks like it's not. Excuse me. This was published today at 5:13 Eastern, so it was updated 3 hours ago. And this is from News 12 coming out of Shreveport. So this says, Jacob and Tiffany Castleman say the shootout between the police and the Cedar Grove mass shooting suspect happened right behind their home in Bossier City. Okay, so let's see. Bossier City, Louisiana, a suspect is dead after exchanging gunfire. So he did exchange gunfire. I was wondering about that. With the police following a mass shooting in Shreveport that left 8 juveniles dead and 2 women injured. The suspect was shot by police after the chase ended in the 400 block. Okay, so I think Lizzo had sent that to me. I just hadn't had time to add it to our maps on this. The 400 block of Brompton Lane in Bossier City on Sunday, April the 19th. Police confirmed the suspect was struck by police gunfire, but it is unclear who delivered the lethal shot. Now, we do know that the state police has taken this over and they are investigating it. And, you know, forensics will be able to tell us which gun it came from. Not that I think any of them did anything wrong. Look, he just killed 8 kids, shot 2 women. He should be dead. Let's see, 400 block. Okay. The deadly mass shooting happened in Cedar Grove area of Shreveport on West 79th Street. 2 women were also shot in the incident. 1 woman is in critical condition after reportedly being shot in the head. And then, so what you guys are seeing here, you guys, is some community leaders came out. The guy in front of the mic right now, we know he is a preacher. The lady in the jeans right here with the shorter hair, she is the city council. So most of these people come out of the city council, you guys. They're the only ones that came up, and besides the police that came up and did that small little presser there. What sounded like to me, now it was hard to hear him. I'm going to have to go and find a a recording of him, or somebody's got a mic closer to his face. But it sounded like he said one of the children was in the first house over on Harrison House, the one on Harrison Street. I couldn't be sure because with the wind and just the background noise, but I could swear that he said that there was a call that came in to a shooting on Harrison Street, and that there was a child there as well. And then from there, once they went out there to go start working that case, they got another call about the shootings over on 79th, where the other kids and it looked like his wife. Now, I did hear the police also saying that they do not believe he lived at either residence. But so we'll just have to see. I don't know. We do know Easter Sunday he was in church with at least his children about a couple hours before it was still daylight outside, before this mass shooting even happened. He had kind of a one-on-one little dinner date through a drive-through with one of his daughters that he posted online about and captioned it. So looked very normal. And then here we are. Let me just finish reading this for you. It says police and the suspect exchanged shots. The suspect was killed in the gunfire. Police had the suspect's vehicle taken away shortly before 2 p.m. after completing the shooting investigation. Witnesses Jacob and Tiffany Castleman say that they were impressed by the response of law enforcement. Let's hear it. Let's hear it for Sheriff Daniels out there watching this. You learn anything, sir? Y'all being facetious. Let me stop. My first thought process was like, man, there's no way that this just happened behind our house. You know, I was just in a total shock. I was just like, oh my God, dude. Like, it was just chaos. I mean, honestly, like, it was just nothing like I've ever experienced, Jacob said. Jacob said he woke up to his wife telling him she heard sirens and possibly a gunshot. And then I sat up and we heard another gunshot. And I was like, all right, that's pretty close. So I got up and we heard several more fires. And then I went and I grabbed my firearm and checked out the back, because that's where I thought everything was coming from, he said. I can't help but to like talk the way that I think he's talking. It is a cul-de-sac. Look at there, you guys. I am a true investigator. He said the cul-de-sac was lined with police officers with their guns drawn, yelling at the suspect to put his hands up and come out. Tiffany Castleman said that she heard a single gunshot, then a second shot. And then when I heard the barrage, I knew that there was a full-blown shootout, something going. Mind you, we had not a clue that the later incidences had happened, but I just had full terror. The Castleman said that law enforcement did a great job responding and working to keep the people in the surrounding area safe. All right, you guys, that came out of KSLA, which we have been pretty much watching all day. In case you've missed it, these are council leaders that came out in front of the greenhouse on 79th Street, where we know most of the casualties were. They came out and did a talk there. All right. Thank you, Mary Jane. Thank you. All right, let me do this real quick. We'll take this one down. Good to see everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hold on just a second. I don't need to be back in there. Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do from here, I don't see any, that is the latest thing that I see that has been pulled up is just those neighbors talking. I'm sure through the night, a lot more is going to come out talking about this. We're going to hear a whole lot more about this in the coming days. Tomorrow, the man is dead. he was killed in gunfire with the police. At least 3 police officers fired their guns at him, and they exchanged gunfire with the perpetrator of this crime. So he is deceased now. All right. So I think what I'm going to do is I've got, I'm going to go finish eating my cold ass soup, y'all. Hi, Chris. Good to see you, love bug from St. Petersburg, Florida. I think I'm going to go finish eating my cold soup that my husband made for me. I want to do some research. I want to get my map together. I want to do the things that I normally do when I cover a crime that I don't normally do on here. But since that was such a fluid situation, everything was coming out at the same time, I just decided to cover it with you guys. And so I need to get notes on this. I need to write down what I need to do and then get a map out and let you guys go visit somebody else. I've been live for almost 6 hours, over half the chat left, and I think most of my mods are gone already. So I'm going to let you guys go do that. I'm going to work on this case a little bit more. I will be, hi Papook, good to see you. I just started cooking. Okay, have a safe night. I've been cooking. You don't have to know, girl. You know, I'm starving too. Oh, I'm so happy Beefcake did that. You've always been so nice to me. Like this past weekend's just insane. But I haven't been feeling very good. But anyways, I'm going to be back later on with, and I'm going to be watching every little thing I can. And I'm going to work out how to do the map and do it rightly, you know, like you have my little pins in it, because I have not mapped out the way to Boisier. I want to see like how he took off in the hijacked car and ended up where he ended up dead. Like I want to find out mileage and all that, because we know it was a high speed chase. Hot news sucks. This is better. Well, you know what, love bug, Papook, go ahead and just speed through this one real quick. Or go to Brian Enton. He gives a breakdown of exactly what happened. Yes, thank you guys so much for your help. Thanks to the mods. You guys rock the Casbah helping me with this, and even those in chat who brought up everything that they could find for it for us too. I love it when we all work together, and we you know, we may not understand everything right away, but we can get the gist. We got it. So big prayers to the family and all involved in this. Big prayers, like Lizzo said, to the mothers of these deceased children who don't even probably know that their children are deceased. And those, and to the mother, of course, even the victim's mom. I mean, the perpetrator's mom, the killer's mom. That's tough, you guys. It's tough. But it's just stuff we have to talk about, and we'll go over and we'll go through. We do know that he has a criminal record. He does have a criminal record. We got that far with it. But anyways, I'm going to go through and try to figure him out, try to figure some things out. I'm sure everything's been taken down off the socials, but I also know that people are really good at taking screenshots of the socials. So we'll get to that as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. I will be back on later. We'll keep going with it. There is a press conference scheduled at 11 a.m. tomorrow, Shreveport time. So there's that. Maybe something else will come out tonight. And right now I'm going to go dig, and I'm going to dig deep, and I'll be back in a couple of hours. Love you guys so much. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the mods. You guys rock the Casbah. And listen, this is my outro. Bye.